Testing. We're good there. All right, good morning, guys. Appreciate everybody being here on a Monday morning. I know we all have a lot going on, but this is, of course, an important topic, and it hits home at my house because I have a brother that's a high school football coach. I'm a big fan of youth sports. I've coached youth sports since I was 18, so I'm excited. I hope we have a great day. I am going to say a few things as far as there's a sign-up sheet if later on you want to speak. And I'll probably, as people come in the room, remind them at the end we'll allow folks that aren't scheduled to speak. And as we move along, we have it kind of broke up into 30-minute segments. If you don't need 30 minutes, that's perfectly fine. We'll just roll on into the next one to be cognizant of everybody's time because I know we're all busy. I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Casey Carpenter. I represent the city of Dalton and south end of Whitfield County, which is northwest Georgia. I've been down here 2 years. I'm a small business guy. I have a couple of restaurants, wedding venues, stuff like that. I'm 100% hospitality, so I brought a bunch of snacks for everybody today because I know we're going to be going through lunch. So it'll be a kind of a working lunch, and then I'll let everybody else introduce themselves, and we'll get this thing rolling. Thank you for being here. All right, bear with me. Coach it up, 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here today. This is a very near and dear committee for myself as well. My name is State Representative William Bodie. I represent House District 62, which is South Fulton and portions of Douglas County and Douglasville. It's near and dear because this actually occurred in my district, my House district, at Welcome All Park. Johnny Tolbert, parents are constituents. Also have here a dear friend of mine as well, Councilwoman Helen Willis, who represents that area as well in Welcome All Park. And we were just there on Saturday. So this is a very near and dear topic. So thank you all for being here and participating. I'm also the vice chair of this study committee.
Good morning, I'm Deborah Silcox, and I represent District 52, which is a big piece of Sandy Springs and a part of Buckhead. And my husband is an orthopedic surgeon, and I have 2 children that were high school athletes and had asthma and some complications with high school sports. So I have a great interest in this topic as well. And again, thank you for being here.
Good morning. I'm Clay Perkle, representing House District 155 in South Georgia. So I'm the committee member from South Georgia, where it is hot as blue blazes. I farm for a living, and analogous heat-related injuries for farm workers as well is one of the reasons I'm most interested in this. I represent the counties of Turner, Tift, Irwin, Ben Hill, and Coffee counties in South Georgia. Thank you for coming. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me introduce myself.
Anytime. All right, so we're going to get rolling here. So Michelle Wright, you're our first guest here today, or someone that is with Michelle, right? If you guys want to, you can do the podium, or we can sit down front, however you want to do it. So what we'll let you do is we'll let you come up, present what you have for us, and then of course field questions as we move along. If that's cool. Thank you, sir.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. My law partner, Mauli Davis, and I are trial lawyers. And as a trial lawyer, you're always concerned about the composition of the jury that you may face, because the composition of the jury may make all the difference in a legal matter. So when we received the notice and I was able to see the composition of this study committee, I have to say that I was quite encouraged. Representative Carpenter, you hail from my neck of the woods, sort of. I'm a native of Chattanooga, and my mother was born and raised in the great metropolis of Rocky Face, which is in your area. I've known Representative Bodie for a long time. He's a good friend of ours, and he's always demonstrated a concern for children. And I see that your summer meals program is going on this summer as well. Representative Silcox, my fellow attorney, it was heartening to read in your biography that you care so much about children, your children, that you gave up a lucrative partnership to raise a family. And that's very heartening to hear. And Representative Perkle, in reading your biography, and I have to tell you that we're going to steal part of your motto without giving attribution, but I see that part of your motto says that religion is your business and farming is just how you pay the expenses for that business. So we're going to adopt that and say that helping families and individuals is our business, and we practice law to pay the expenses. So that's the last attribution that you'll ever get from me for stealing that, Representative Perkle. And I see that Representative Douglas isn't here, but he has, I guess, a unique perspective on this, I would suspect. He's one of the rare individuals to ever be a high school All-American in 2 different sports, to be a college football All-American, and to play football at the highest level in the National Football League. So that's right, under the legendary Vince Dooley, and ultimately be inducted into the UGA Hall of Fame. So we have a great study committee, and again, I'm so happy to appear before you. And before I make remarks, my law partner, Maoli Davis, why don't you just introduce yourself, Maoli?
And good morning. Thank you all for convening. This obviously for us has been a long time coming, and we appreciate Representative Bodie's efforts in bringing this forward, and all of you being here today. The Wright family, Johnny Tolbert's family, have been through a lot, and for them, this is critically important. We've established a scholarship in Johnny Tolbert's name through our organization, Let Us Make Man. So as a firm, each year, we contribute to a young person who will be going away to college to keep his memory alive, to ensure that young people remember that there was a 12-year-old who had great aspirations, who could not see those come to fruition because of this tragedy. So again, thank you all so much for what you're doing and looking at this and studying this, and we're very hopeful that something will come out that'll help protect other youth athletes in a way that this family will know that no other family would have to go through something like this. So thank you very much, and we look forward to today. We're excited also about having Mr. Mike Craven here, who we had come in from Richmond, Virginia, whose passion for this is just absolutely overwhelming. Every time we talked on the phone about this, what I thought would be a 15-minute conversation went for a couple of hours. So hopefully he can get it all in his 30 minutes. But Mike is a true expert and very, very passionate about this work. So with that, I'll turn it over to my law partner, who was the lead attorney on the case and did the primary research and litigation.
And of course, we're not here today to talk about litigation. That's not the issue. That was simply how we were introduced to the family, being the attorneys. This matter started, as most matters start with us, with a phone call from a distraught family. And this family represented to us that their 12-year-old son was in a coma and was hospitalized. And while they were hopeful, the doctors were not giving them necessarily encouraging news. We learned that their son had experienced a heat-related illness during a football conditioning activity. We got the call because the mother, quite frankly, told us that they were being accused of being responsible for what happened to their son on that football field during the conditioning activity. Both Johnny Tolbert's parents were present during the conditioning activity on the day when he experienced heat-related illness on July 14th, 2016. It was a pretty rigorous conditioning activity. It was about 7:30 in the evening. The temperature was about 93 degrees. The humidity was about 38% at the time. The previous day, the high temperature had been 99 degrees. Of the 13 days before July 14th, 2016, 8 of those 13 days had seen high temperatures in the mid to upper 90s. So we're talking about Georgia conditions, kind of like those South Georgia conditions you were talking about, Representative Perkle, where the atmosphere just bakes everything. And so these kids were going through very rigorous activities. Johnny Tolbert appeared to get weak. He sort of fell to one knee, then he fell over after these conditioning activities had been going on for some time. He began to foam at the mouth, and then his eyes sort of went back into his head. Regrettably for the parents, they were front row witnesses for all that I just described. You can imagine their horror. The coaches appeared not to know what to do. The other volunteers appeared to be lost. And what they decided to do was to get some towels, to wet them, and to fan Johnny with the towels. Johnny was 12 years old at the time. It's instructive for what was not present that day. There was no ice present to try to cool Johnny's body down. There was no tub in which he could be immersed with ice to cool his body down. We know that with heat-related illnesses, those first few minutes are very critical, and it's important that you get the body temperature down. The emergency medical folks who were called arrived pretty promptly. They got there in about 20 minutes. But during this time, the only cooling that's going on with Johnny is that towels that have been wet are being waved at him. No ice, no immersion in a tub of water. And to show you how ineffective the effort was to simply wave wet towels at him, by the time Johnny got to the hospital, so it takes about 20 minutes for the EMS crew to get there, they work on him for a period of time and transport him to the hospital, and then they get there 30 or 40 minutes later. His rectal temperature was taken when he arrived at the hospital. Even at that time, his temperature was 106.7 degrees. So you can imagine how hot his body was when this initially occurred. Now, we're not here necessarily to try to impugn the coaches and the other volunteers who were there. We know that they had no intention for anything untoward to happen to Johnny Tolbert that day. They were out there volunteering, doing the best that they could with what they had. But they were provided with deficient resources on a number of levels. They weren't properly educated about heat illnesses. They weren't properly educated about what to do if a youth participant experienced a heat illness. They weren't certified in providing medical care. They didn't have some of the essential equipment, ice and a tub for immersion that they would have needed out there. They didn't have any of those things. And so you could almost see this occurring if a child experienced a heat-related illness. It was sort of a perfect storm for this kind of calamity to occur. So after Johnny Tolbert was taken to the hospital, he laid in a coma for 2 weeks. Then his parents were ultimately told that he was brain dead and there was no realistic prospect of recovery. So his parents had to make the most painful decision I could think of, and that is to terminate their son from life support. So the plug was pulled, and they stood there and watched him as his life slipped away. And in a few minutes after the plug was pulled, Johnny Tolbert reached out his hand and touched the face of God. His parents also did something that I don't know that I would have had the wherewithal to do at that time, but even in their profound grief, they wanted others to benefit from Johnny's death. So they donated several of his organs so that other children or other people might benefit from that. Now, when they came to us, they weren't concerned about any lawsuit. They didn't mention a lawsuit. They were concerned about being blamed for what happened to their son. And that's what seems to happen in a lot of these cases where the victim gets blamed. It's a voluntary activity. You knew it was a voluntary activity. Football is strenuous. You knew that football was strenuous. You assumed the risk in going out here playing football and participating in these conditioning activities. So the blame often gets shifted. But this was a 12-year-old, eager to make the team, eager to please the coach, wanting to do his best. So he was going to do whatever it took to accomplish those things, even if it meant exerting himself beyond the physical limits. Interestingly, Johnny's father told us about an episode, and to show you the pressure that gets put on these kids to perform, even if it's exceeding their physical limits. There was one youth participant at a particular practice who could not complete the conditioning drills. The coach allowed the team members to vote on whether or not this particular kid could stay on the team. And Johnny told his father that he voted for the kid to remain on the team. But for that kind of pressure to be put on kids, for that kind of pressure to perform to be put on kids, so when something like this happens, where kids are allowed to vote on whether another team member who couldn't complete the drill stays on the team, it's clear what message that sends to the kids. That you've got to perform at all costs, even if it's to the peril of your own health. And part of what has to change is this Spartan-type culture where there are no limits. We need to have a culture that prevails, a safety culture that makes it okay for a kid who's feeling physical distress to let the coach know. And in fact, that kind of acknowledgement from the youth participant should be welcomed in youth sports. Because most of these kids aren't going to be like Demetrius Douglas. They're not going to be All-Americans. They're not going to make it to the NFL. It's much more likely that they'll be a restaurant owner, a farmer, an attorney, state representative. It's much more likely that they'll be one of those things than an NFL player. So they need to be able to enjoy this time in their lives. Demetrius Douglas got to play because he wasn't unfortunate like Johnny Tolbert. He didn't experience a heat-related illness surrounded by people who didn't know what to do. And that's what we saw in the case with Johnny Tolbert, that they just didn't know what to do. We also saw that none of these coaches out there that day had been certified by the Heads Up program as they were required to be certified. The Heads Up program would have taught them about heat-related illnesses, about how to respond, about what to do. We found out during the litigation that all of these coaches were hurriedly certified through the Heads Up program only after the fact, as some kind of stopgap in the litigation. Had they had that before, or at the time of Johnny Tolbert's heat-related illness, maybe we'd be talking about a different outcome. And in looking at this, we found out, and Mike Craven will talk a whole lot about this, about having the proper knowledge, having the proper equipment available if there is a heat-related illness, can make all the difference in the world. there's a race that's run in Cape Cod every year, the Falmouth race. It's about 7 miles. And according to reports, there are 10 to 15 people who experience heat-related illness each year and record body temperatures of between 106 and 110 degrees. Despite that, they've never had a fatality in that race. Why? Because they had the proper training, they had the proper equipment available so that when heat-related illness was experienced, that they could quickly and promptly cool down the bodies of these young athletes. Also, we know in this case with Johnny Tolbert that practice should not even have occurred on that day. That conditioning activity should not have been going on. Now, this particular youth association was a member of a football alliance that required the association to adhere to the heat policy of the Georgia High School Association. And when the heat index, if you want to call it that, reaches a certain level, you cannot practice until the heat index goes down. So they use this, and Mike Craven knows a whole lot more about it than I do, and he'll talk to you about it, I suspect. The wet bulb globe temperature is what they use. And if it's above a certain level, you cannot practice until it goes down. Okay. Okay. Sure.
Well, not really chomping, but you mentioned our good friend and colleague Demetrius Douglas. One reason that he was so successfully big as a daggum wall, and he's quite he's quite the physical specimen. He's a big boy. And tremendous person as well. Just to lay the groundwork, the litigation in this case is over.
It is.
Okay. I didn't want to. I just wanted to make sure that the questions we had that we're okay with that. So my colleague on the.
I was just curious, you said this was a youth association. Was this at a park or?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so the coaches were volunteers
They were.
and all the kids are volunteers. So like you mentioned, it was volunteer activity all the way around.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Georgia
There were-
law does provide them some protections as
Right.
volunteers
Right,
in the litigation context.
right,
Because if they were just merely negligent, there's no case that can be brought.
right,
They can only be held legally accountable if they are volunteers and are acting in good faith under 2 circumstances. If there is willful or wanton misconduct, or if there is gross negligence.
sure.
In this instance, there was insurance coverage available. That's an exception, so that if insurance coverage is available, then they can be civilly liable for mere negligence, but the recovery cannot exceed the amount of the insurance coverage available.
And so, given that it was a volunteer situation, there were policies and procedures, though, for this league to follow,
Yes, that
Okay.
were not followed.
and they were not followed according to the GHSA.
Yes.
Okay.
And even according to acknowledgments during the course of this litigation, they
Mhm.
were not followed.
Thank you.
We do have Ms. Wright here. This obviously is very difficult for her, but if she could come up now, and we'll be available to continue any questions or Attorney Spence providing any additional information, but we just thought this would be an opportunity for her to come forward and make very brief comments, and then be able to possibly maybe retire back out of the committee. Is that okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank y'all so much for allowing us to come and speak with you today.
really can't speak today. But I would like to say thank y'all very much for taking the time out to listen today, okay? Sorry, it's not much I can really say. Being here, I'm reliving this whole thing all over again. It's very difficult. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for recognizing the potential question I have for my friends of the Davis Bozeman Law Firm. Attorney Spence, I have one question I want you to elaborate a little bit more on. I think I know a little bit about the program, but I want to kind of ask you some questions and see if we know the protocol and procedures. You mentioned earlier, Attorney Spence, the volunteer coaches were not certified before litigation through the Heads Up program. Is this the same program that's through the NFL and their youth
Yes.
alliance program? Can you tell us a little bit, if you know a little bit, about the actual certification for volunteer coaches, and if this is something that is mandatory statewide for youth leagues, or if you could?
Well, it was mandatory for the particular alliance in which the Welcome All Park Football Association participated. That alliance had bylaws that had to be adhered to, and one of those bylaws required that the coaches be certified through this NFL-affiliated Heads Up program. This certification, in addition to providing education for the individual coaches, would have also required the coaches to prepare a heat advisory that they would have to sign and provide the heat-related advisory to the parents of the participants, so that the parents would have known the circumstances and conditions under which their children could or could not participate. This advisory also would have told them about the equipment that was needed there at the facility in the event a youth participant experienced a heat-related illness. And again, none of that was done. But that requirement was through the alliance in which Welcome All Park participated. Now, if that requirement hadn't existed from that alliance, then it wouldn't have been a requirement at all. So, and part of the reason that we're here is for there to be a less ad hoc type of oversight for heat-related illnesses, and for there to be some uniformity in how these youth football associations, not just football, but in other sports, how these youth associations handle particularly heat-related illnesses.
Can I have one more question, Mr. Chair? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So basically what you're saying, Council, is that it is not a statewide uniform organization like the Georgia High School Association that regulates youth sports leagues and alliance throughout the state of Georgia.
To the best of our knowledge, no. And that's why we're here, part of the reason why we're here today.
And so those youth sports leagues, like this one should have been doing, does not adhere to the wet bulb heat program that the Georgia High School Association mandates. So we don't even have that either as a platform for any type of regulation as well.
There wasn't one anywhere to be found on the premises, and it had never been used with this particular association.
Thank you, Council.
Just a quick follow-up. So I do believe that the state parks and recs guys all require heads up, because I know that up in Dalton, as I coached youth football for years, we always had to go in and certify that. I think part of the problem is you're seeing leagues pop up that are not part of your parks and rec, and they are adjunct people. It's very similar to AAU basketball. You see these guys developing these football programs because they want to increase the level of competition, you know, and they're pulling kids away from parks and rec that have the structure for this. So I think that's what you're seeing, and that's kind of what I think these guys want to address is how do we you know, you don't want to limit them from being able to do it, but we do need to set up some guardrails so that you know, terrible incidents like this don't happen. So I have seen how that has shifted over the years, because we operated, my kids operated in both a Parks and Rec League and almost a travel football league, which is what this sounds like, because Rec League doesn't start till August, and these guys started in July. So I think that's the problem. One question would be, were they in full pads in July, or was it just helmets?
Just helmets. They
Just
were not in
helmets.
full pads.
And then my next question would be, they weren't were they under the umbrella of the Welcome All Park, or were they just using the facilities at the park?
They were under the umbrella.
Okay,
of the
I
park.
got you. Okay. You guys, if anybody has any further questions, if not, we're gonna move on to the podium.
And I just wanted to also state that Johnny Tolbert's father, very active in his life, very involved. He just could not come today.
Yeah, I understand that it's Monday, 10 o'clock. I get you.
But he was not emotionally able to be here.
I got
so
you.
I just wanted to I wanted you all to know that it's not because he is disinterested in what is happening here. He just could not handle coming here, and so I wanted to pass that on to you all as well.
I
just
completely
the last-
understand that.
And just the last thing, Johnny Tolbert's parents have been insistent in their interaction with us that our job was not just to resolve the litigation. They want to make sure that there are appropriate guardrails, as you referred to, Representative Carpenter, in place so that no other family has to make the traumatic decision that they did to terminate life support for their son. So that's why we are here. They have been insistent that this happen, and just shows what kind of folks they are, because they are concerned about others. There's nothing else that can be done for their son, but they want to make sure that we never have to go through this again, and you never have to see the kind of grief from a parent that you just witnessed from Ms. Michelle Wright. But thank you all again so much.
Vice Chair Bodie had a quick question.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more of a comment. I want to say thank you all for being there every step of the way with Mrs. Wright and her husband in this situation. I know Attorney Miley Davis was there at the committee hearings when we were taking this bill through Health and Human Services, and Ms. Wright testified very bravely, and for her to show up to 2 hearings, subcommittee hearing and a full hearing, and then to show up again today is very noble and brave of her for bringing this issue. Because originally I thought this was just a one-off type of issue, but when I started to do the research, this is a statewide issue, and Georgia's in the top 10 for these type of heat-related and heat stroke related deaths with youth athletics and young adults. So thank you all for your courage in bringing this to a statewide issue and not just a local issue, but it's one that's near and dear to all of us on this committee. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You just thought you were going. Hold on. You know, we all get to talking, and then politicians, we all got something to say. My former friend on the end there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to thank the family. Thank you for transparency and coming forward and telling your story and allowing your friends to do the same. And thank you for that, because it's not about the litigation. It's not about anything. We're gathered here today to look at ways going forward that we could make activities for our kids safer. And it's, to find that it's state of Georgia, it's going to be hot in certain areas. It's going to be hot. Find ways that we can, through training, through making equipment available for our youth teams. Because and it's not just about the environment. 93 degrees with 38% humidity is, it's hot, but it's not. That's not the sole factor. So if we can look at the whole picture of, and I'd like to thank the family for doing that, for coming forward and just letting us talk about the issue, though it is painful. But thank you for your bravery of showing up and looking at this. So.
All right, thank y'all.
I think we'll have Mr. Mike Craven next, and Mr. Craven contacted us, just to give a context for him. Mr. Craven contacted us when he saw the story about Johnny Tolbert. He called me directly from Virginia and said, started a conversation, and as I said, we talked for about an hour straight, and I realized that he was someone we needed to help educate us about this issue. And so Mr. Craven has served as an expert for us, and that was why we wanted to bring him here from Virginia to provide this information and to see how passionate he is about this particular situation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Let's give me 1 second. Let me make sure I'm not mic man. All right, check it out now. See.
Testing, 1, 2. Okay, let's first, thank you, Mr. Davis. I think they got everything set to go. Let's first appreciate all the leadership that's in this room right now, because without leadership, you don't see change. So right now, the support that needs to come from what we're getting ready to talk about, it's not about the science. It's not about what we can prove. It's about individuals' attitudes being changed by the leadership of a few. So whether it's a coach's attitude, whether it's an athletic trainer, whether it's an administrator, whether it's a principal, we're at the mercy of what leaders do. And what leaders do is they listen, and they learn, and they act. So I'm going to start. To be successful in the future, we must recognize the past. Johnny Tolbert's death should be a constant reminder as leaders within any team, you can't wait for what's the right thing to become the norm. The memory of Johnny's death will serve others if we listen, learn, and act on what's the ignored truth. Now, the ignored truth is the presentation that Mr. Davis and Mr. Bozeman put together to educate. We had a community meeting when I came to Georgia, and it was a big response. The ignored truth is to get buy-in from all responsible to educate, to evaluate, and use exercise prescription to prepare to prevent. At the moment, what's in the lab, what's done in the lab through research, which is in the exercise science classroom, is not being practically applied anywhere on our football fields from Little League to the University of Georgia. What's in the exercise science classroom is not being practically applied. Adherence to established principles of exercise physiology and best practice training standards are long overdue, but they'll help prevent the deaths of exertional heat stroke, cardiac arrest, exertional sickling, and asthma that all have one common theme: highly motivated individuals who participate in badly organized training and exerts themselves beyond their capabilities or limits that we can test. The technology's there to test it now. The onus is on those conducting the training to manage the organizational factors of work-rest cycles. How much work, how much rest. Unmatched intensity for the aerobic strength of the individual. And training when it's not the hottest part of the day. Exertional heat stroke deaths are happening from a one-size-fits-all approach to training, not defining limits of individuals' aerobic strength and how it relates to heat tolerance based on metabolic or environmental heat.
Mr. Mr. Craven, thank you so much for coming down from Virginia. And I was just curious, what is your background in this subject?
My background is I'm a strength and conditioning coach for 35 years. I've got 11 world champions in the sport of powerlifting. But my basis has been strength and conditioning. And I had a young man in my area in 1999 drop dead of exertional heat stroke.
Wow.
And from that point on, I've been passionately involved.
Wow, thank you.
If we look at this video, guys, this was on Frontline. Your body running wind sprints can produce 15 times the heat that's produced at rest. And you're dependent on a certain level of cardiovascular fitness as measured by peak VO2 to be able to release the heat, to dissipate the heat as fast as you're producing it. This model of training is a tradition.
2010 was one of the hottest on record in Arkansas.
You want to win or you want to coast through the season? Right now you're coasting. You got to run 40 yards. Run 40 yards.
Nothing puts more demand on the cardio system when sprinting in hot, humid weather with short rest periods than massive bleeding.
Your eyes up here, guys. Got to be able to focus when we're tired. We got to be able to think when we're tired.
At 3:30 p.m. on Friday the 13th of August, the heat index in Little Rock was 112 degrees. Will James, a 16-year-old 250-pound lineman for Pulaski Academy, began to falter.
The team was doing up downs, and Will starts to stagger, and we ran from here over to here, and we caught him about right in here.
It was heat stroke. Will was rushed to the ICU at Arkansas Children's Hospital.
When he arrived to us, he was comatose and on the ventilator. Initially, his kidneys were doing okay, but over the first 48 hours, they deteriorated, and he went into renal failure. His blood pressure was really low. It was in the 40s. His temperature was very high. He was obviously very critically ill.
The waiting room was full of people there for Will, teammates, parents, coaches. There were media people roaming around because not only had Will collapsed from heat stroke 2 days earlier, another child had as well.
The other boy was also a high school football player from a small town outside of Little Rock. His name was Tyler Davenport. When he arrived at the hospital, his core body temperature was 108 degrees.
2 in the same day.
The stories were so similar. They were the same age, same height, same, kind of the same build. They played the same types of positions.
They both presented with very high fever. Both had been playing football, both had been doing practice. Both had collapsed. Football players are supposed to be so healthy and athletic, and to see them so critically ill was really hard for everyone.
At Arkansas Children's that weekend, there were a total of 4 high school boys, all in serious condition with football-related injuries.
Probably at least 2/3 to 3/4 of the death in sport at high schools in America related to football. The seriousness and intensity of high school football in America has just grown by leaps and bounds in the last 5-10 years.
There have always been injuries in high school football, but they're on the rise. The ramping up of pressure on high school kids, the intensity of high school play,
Conditioning programs are being written in which intensity of effort with shortening of rest periods exceeds individual cardiovascular ability to keep up. Many of the traditions in football are fatigue-based that assume positive adaptations are automatic with giving best effort. This is what leads to fatigue, accumulative fatigue, ill health, breakdown, or possible cell death. Football's dirty secret. They're not dropping of exertional heat stroke during games, during position drills. They're dying of exertional heat stroke during conditioning that's supposed to be designed to improve performance. The notion that courage can somehow defeat the principles of physiology is not only wrong, but dangerously wrong. So what we've got to look at here is how can we test and how can we find the limits before we go to expose? The problem that we're dealing with is, again, how do we get to the truth? So the 4 stages of truth. You don't know, you don't know. And it's as easy as can be said, you can't know everything about everything. So right now, the coaches with the best intentions do not understand thermal regulation. When you get to the second stage of finding the truth, it's often ridicule. You're crazy, I don't believe that. Well, you've got to be able to compete now because you're going against another person's attitude. You're going to have to prove why you're right. So really, the third stage of truth, this is the problem we got with exertional heat stroke, is we're not competing. Now, once we compete and find the truth, now it becomes self-evident. Everybody doesn't need an explanation. We've got everybody on the same page. Dr. Goddick runs the Westchester Heat Institute. I had her on a 2-hour radio show with Dr. Bosick and Dr. Close. And the whole purpose of the radio show was to bring unity between everybody involved taking care of our athletes. Dr. Goddick was the first researcher with the Philadelphia Eagles that showed that dehydration wasn't the number one factor. The number one factor in exertional heat stroke is producing more heat than your circulatory system can get rid of. And the research she did, she showed with the Eagles that you had defensive backs that were dehydrated 2%, deliberately dehydrated 2%, and they had lower core lower core temperatures than the offensive line that was 100% hydrated. So here we go, the guys with the bigger body mass and the lower peak VO2s, when they go to do anything with physical exertion, they cause more heat storage. So Dr. Goddick's research was opening eyes up that the water bottle can't save you. The Corey Stringer Heat Institute, when you check their guidelines, the number one cause is producing heat from muscle metabolism that exceeds the cardiac output of the individual. Now, we've got to ask ourselves, would any coach today restrict water? And we hopefully are going to say no because of the support system. But let's ask what brought that change from 1960 to probably 1975. When I played the game, my senior year, I got water. And we all spit it out in front of the freshmen because we never got water for 3 years. You'd already brought an attitude with me, but now the coaches on my team were adamant, you're going to the water and you're going to drink. Well, we went to get the water, then we looked at the freshmen, spit it on the ground. You already showed me 3 years you weren't going to have water. But if you look at what caused change, there were many factors. And again, these many factors helped us in the best manner, to hopefully say nobody restricts water today. I want to read, this is a young man that died. This was 2014 from Morgan University in Baltimore. And when the young Marcus Meadows, it was his name, he was an offensive tackle. When he died, and they were looking for answers, because like anything, we got to find solutions to this. This is what the university statement was. No one really knows why this happens because the practice was not very long. The weather was not extremely hot. There were certainly plenty of water to be had, Coleman says. They didn't have gear on. There was no equipment. It wasn't a hitting workout. It was only a conditioning workout. Coleman says that each practice and workout, there's a plenty of Gatorade available for players. So again, the number one cause of exertional heat stroke, 96% of the deaths happen during conditioning. That's the time when you see people go down or show the symptoms. If you look at one of the greatest coaches ever, and in his time frame, it was customary to restrict water. If you look at wearing the equipment the first day, there was no acclimatization to the equipment, helmet, then shoulder pads coming from shorts. It was the equipment put on the first day. But again, with where we've come, where we've changed, we want to be able to say, what else can we do better? What else do we know now that if Coach Bear Bryant was sitting here right now, he would conform because he's got to be able to do what's best for his people. Okay, your VO2. This is a test of aerobic strength. It takes about 10 minutes to test each player. But it's a player who's pushed to a level of exertion where you're measuring his ventilatory rate of how much oxygen he uses to how much carbon dioxide he blows off. And when he gets to a level that's concerned of 1.15, that's a respiratory ratio that shows anaerobic metabolism is starting to predominate. That is considered the limit to build aerobic strength. So training above that value does nothing but bring heavy fatigue. So we can measure each player's aerobic strength, and we can set up specific guidelines one by one how to use a heart rate monitor and train the aerobic system as a strength. When you train the aerobic system, it's how the young man becomes heat fit. When you hear people talk about fitness, how it relates to heat illness, here are the changes that come from training the aerobic system that makes a person heat fit. Increased blood volume, increased heart stroke volume, increased cardiac output, decreased heart rate, increased sweat volume, and how soon you start to sweat. The sweat's more dilute, so you don't lose as much salt. Decrease in core body temperature for any level of exertion, and increase oxygen consumption from the size and number of muscle mitochondria. These are all the benefits to prepare a young man before you expose him to the heat stress. Now, the American College of Sports Medicine states anything under 40 milliliters puts our kids at risk. So if you look at those guidelines and the 15 years that I've been testing young people, every single team I test has young men in the 20s. And 20 VO2 is equivalent to a 65-year-old man being poor. Now, when I know it, this is where we got to wake up and get everybody to be able to see a test, to see how it's like doing a blood pressure test. The kid can't fake it. But if that kid's doing his maximum best, that I get him to a level of carbon dioxide blown off where the RER reads 115, we stop the test. We don't work beyond that. But if that young man can't deliver and use more than 20 milliliters, that's a young man that's going to be pushed to do high strain. And he's never going to have a circulatory system that can get rid of the heat as fast as it's produced. How long has this test been available? Since 1960. I have a truck. I've been going around the country, get in front of leadership, give a presentation. I have a mother or parent say, why ain't everybody doing this? I don't know, man. I'm here today. But we need leadership to make it happen. It protects your coaches. It protects the children. It's a win-win situation.
Real quick, do you have a question, Bodie, real quick?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Bodie has a question.
So I guess I wanted to ask you a question, but more so give you my own personal story on this topic. And because you said something about defensive backs a little bit earlier. In high school, my 10th grade year, I played defensive back, strong safety. I got moved up to varsity. Nothing like a Demetrius Douglas, but pretty good. And we were doing. They're gone now. The guns are gone. So after practice, we were doing 100-yard wind sprints, and I saw that up there, and I have no idea what I did wrong, but it was a group of us that were doing the wind sprints with the head coach, and it was around 5:30. This was October of 1992. It was not hot that day. It had rain during practice, and so we had a mist in the air, and I recall it might have been about 70, 75 degrees or something like that. But what happened to me after about the third, fourth 100-yard down, I basically passed out. And the players on the team, along with the head coach, had to physically pick me up and carry me into the locker room and put me in the shower. They took off my shoulder pads. We had everything on but helmets. And still to this day, I was able to kind of get back going, but I didn't know whether that was heat related because it wasn't very hot. And my coaches said that it couldn't be heat related because it wasn't very hot. And the only thing they did for me is just put me in the shower.
All right, here's why we're here. All right, so think of this. Jordy McNair in Maryland last year dropped on 7 110s. He dropped. What did they do? Everybody finishes in Maryland. So what did they pick him up and they ran with him? Okay? So same issue. 3 or 4 110s, whatever it happens to be. If we're producing heat at the moment with other multiple factors, like Mr. Spence said, it's multiple things for the perfect storm. But the issue is the metabolic heat production, if it exceeds your ability in any way you do it, and I'm going to show you a slide as we get to this end that shows the race pace that's being encouraged today across the country. Race pace is without testing the cardio VO2 ability. So tell me if anybody with race pace background running marathons, if a Kenyan runs past you running 5-minute mile paces, can anybody use Newt Rockney or Labrardi to get enough adrenaline to run beside him? No, you gotta run your race pace. So why are we running 110s that don't allow the aerobic system to keep up if we can identify before we even start? And if that's not the best way, does the cross-country team do wind sprints to develop their... Who needs more aerobic strength, the cross-country team or the defensive tackle to play their sport?
Defense.
Well, no, I'm talking too fast. Who needs more aerobic strength is a cross-country, because he's got to run 3 miles nonstop. But the defensive tackle, who's running sprints by the football coach, why aren't all the cross-country guys scratching what they're doing, and why ain't they over there with football field? Because it don't work. It's called fatigue training. And it's being done at University of Georgia right now. And all we need is people, get your endocrinologist, get your exercise physiologist, get your coach, get your sports medicine people. Get them in a room like y'all are doing today. And we can get to the answer of this. Okay? But again, it takes leadership. So again, you going down at that moment, maybe you were dehydrated. Maybe it was high humidity. But the point of it is, Jordy McNair on 7 gassers is not with us no more. And no coach today is going to say 7 gassers is too much running. Nobody's going to say that. The boy that died in August at Gardner City, Kansas Junior College, he ran 3650s, weighing 300 pounds, with an 8-second race pace. That 8-second race pace is a 6.2 yards a second, 6.26 yards a second. You're going to see it in a second. But he had to run them continuously. Now, you know what that pace comes to? A 5-minute mile. Let's wake up, guys. Nobody's going to run a 5-minute. Your best skill guys probably that run 4.4 can't run a 5-minute mile because they don't spend no time on the aerobic system. I'm gonna get off on a tangent. Let me get off. So listen. I'm sorry. Well, let me one second. I'm gonna read because I'm reading because there's a lot of material, but we got to get it out.
All right, give me 2 seconds. We got time. We're gonna let you get your word. Let me let Deborah have a representative come talk.
Mr. Craven, could this possibly be prevented by making sure that kids develop aerobic capacity before they play football?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You got it.
As I think certainly activities like running and swimming and long distance type things would build that aerobic capacity. And
If we do it correctly based off individual test results. So if I go out there and I run with a guy in the neighborhood that's superior to me, he'll actually make my race time slower because I'm running to keep up with somebody I don't have ability with. Just like the weight room. If he benches 200 and I bench 100, I got to put the weight on the bar for the individual's ability. You can't put more weight on the bar and expect you're going to get stronger. Well, it's the same thing with running. If you don't run within your race pace, your VO2 will get worse. So the one size fits all is a problem.
thank you.
Now, this is coming from international sports science. Irrespective of physical training, VO2 max generally influences physiological responses during the development of heat acclimatization. Individuals with high VO2s above 60 exhibit superior heart rate and rectal temperature responses and usually reach a stable heat acclimatization state faster when compared to those with low VO2s, and they classify below 40. So in all the literature, if you got a young man below 40, his heat risk factor. All right, now, this is coming from the National Athletic Trainers Position Stand. So again, most high schools have athletic trainers. When I go across the country and do this presentation, very rarely do any of them know it's in there. All right, so again, we can't just assume. So I'm going to read to you under 9 environmental risk factors. Here's what it states. Poor physical condition is a risk factor. And it's not talking about sit-ups or what you can bench press. It's saying individuals who are untrained are more susceptible to heat illness than are trained athletes. As the VO2 max of the individual improves, the ability to withstand heat stress improves independent of acclimatization and heat adaptation. High-intensity work can easily produce 1,000 calories an hour and raise core temperature of at-risk individuals who are overweight, unacclimatized, or unfit to dangerous levels in 20 minutes. So when I'm reading this position stand, I'm a strength coach. I've got to recognize it's my responsibility before I tell them to do any conditioning to make sure it's on the side of developing aerobic strength and not on the side of producing more heat from high intensity than what the young man can withstand. This is an article from our military. Our military years ago did studies on heat tolerance, and they had them walk 3 miles an hour. So picture walking compared to sprinting. Walking 3 miles an hour in a 104-degree climate chamber for 2 hours. You passed or failed. If your heart rate got above 150, you failed. If your core temperature got above 101, you failed. And you were labeled heat intolerant. And you didn't get shipped over where there was high heat. But they were doing this heat tolerance testing in our military to identify before they had problems. Guess what the number one factor was for identifying low heat tolerance? Walking. Any VO2 under 45 milliliters. Guess what every soldier that had a VO2 above 51, guess what happened to every soldier? They passed. So this is data. It's just data we got to read to be aware of it. Okay? Already in the medical journals.
Real quick, will you tell me exactly VO2? You keep using it, but what does that exactly mean? What is that abbreviation so I know every time I hear it?
VO2 is volume of oxygen consumed.
Okay.
And it's a clinical measurement that's been around since like 1960. And the best endurance athletes like Lance Armstrong are in the mid-80s. Football players, if you're a skill position and you're going to play a hurry-up, high-tempo football game, you got to be mid-50s or you ain't going to be able to play it. You're going to lose games pushing a high tempo that your kids don't have enough aerobic strength to do. So you mean different sports require different VO2s for success. But right now, anything under 40, you got to put your eyes on him. You got the big boys you got to watch. But guess where all these big boys are? 20 to 35. They've got underdeveloped cardio systems that we can test. And then we have to train it. All right. This is a problem. In 1960, the average tackle was 250 in the NFL. So they weren't as big. The average high school tackle today, it's very easy to see multiple players 300 pounds in high school. So whether you make them big from weight training to add muscle, or whether they put on extra weight, it doesn't matter. When you put on more mass, you cause heat production to elevate more for whatever intensity effort you do. So if we're running sprints, the guy with the most mass is going to produce the highest heat. So we got to ask ourselves, I tested 2 teams 2 weeks ago, and 53% for one and 48% for the other all had VO2s under 40. These were 2 separate high school teams. Do most of the high school teams spend time developing the aerobic system, or do they spend more time developing the anaerobic system with football being a 6-second play average? They're spending more time on the anaerobic system. And what we need to do in April, May, June, and July, dictate a prep period that we develop the aerobic system before they get out there in hot weather and start to do serial sprinting. This is Dr. Close. Now, Dr. Close was on my radio show. Dr. Close made a very good description that heat stroke is a medical emergency, that if fatal, left untreated, or incompletely treated, it comes from a malfunctioning of the cooling system. Heat stroke, as Dr. Close says, is a circulatory disease. It's much like the cooling system in your car. If your cooling system in your car fails, then the whole car is going to fail very quickly. We've got guys today with their muscles, they got big engines. But we've got cardio systems. When you ask what does 20 milliliters mean, that's a heart. Then when the heart's beating, after you've done something strenuous, the same amount of blood's not coming out as the guy at 60. So you mean there's no way they can produce the amount of blood to get to the skin and to the muscle for the level of exertion? Is it just like saying you're making try too hard? That's what it is. So if I'm weak, I got to train within myself to get strong, but I can't force it. Nothing can be forced. It's got to come from positive adaptation, training within yourself. Right now, everybody's listening to the Rocky movie, the Rocky tapes, and they're just trying to push through. Now, this was an article that was written. This is an article that was written in 2002. And this came from Dr. Casa with the Corey Stringer Heat Institute. I was testing a high school, and the high school reporter, he had reported about heat-related illness, and he talked about everything about water, about how hot. I was trying to let him know when I read the article, you left out everything. So then when I went to give him the presentation, he didn't believe me. He says, how come the colleges aren't doing this? I can't tell you why they're not doing it. I can tell you if I get a chance to get in front of them, I can change their viewpoint. But he called Dr. Casa at the Corey Stringer Heat Institute. And this is Dr. Casa's response. As 2 of the nation's leading experts on heat-related issues, Dr. Muller and Dr. Casa, PhD, they agreed, as far as they know, no one in the country is utilizing the same preventative measures as Craven at Lee Davis High School. I love the thought he's trying to make an effort to do something about it, says Casa. That's pretty awesome. We need more people to actually focus on that. Some of the athletes are going to be at greater risk. Some are not going to be in the same level of shape. And you need to have some kind of watch list. The whole concept is a great idea. He's focused on that. I called Dr. Casa the very next week. I wanted to go to Connecticut to present to him what I presented to the Virginia High School League. Dr. Casa said, Mike, I'm not moving in that direction. We're more about the wet ball. We're more about the trainers making sure they use an emergency ice water treatment. We're not moving in that direction. Since that time, about 5 months later, what did Dr. Casa have? A lab doing VO2 testing. So they do it right now. If you Google Corey Stringer Heat Institute, he's got a performance lab, and he's doing it because it's critical. Now, it costs $600. Well, hold on. This is America, right? All right, so in America, you do what you want to do. If you're going to go to Corey Stringer Heat Institute to get tested, it's going to cost you $600. In the last 15 years, in the last 15 years, I've been going to school, and I've been charging what is the cost of a mouth guard, $25. I've been wanting to give this presentation in front of parents. Let the parents hear it. Let everybody hear it, so everybody knows what we're doing. The cost of a mouth guard. If you got a school that has 50% of the kids that can't pay, you test them anyway. All you're trying to do is get the cost down to be able to be doable. And if you're in a community that's poor, they can't afford it, you test everybody. Solution. Nobody's going to be able to say it's too costly. Okay? So you can, it's just like my football coach told me, hey, Mike, you got to make a play. We're losing because you can't make a play. All right, well, that's what this is about. We're losing to exertional heat stroke because we can't, somebody says, well, that's too costly. There's a guy in Virginia who'll do it $25 a kid. And if you got a kid in the school that can't pay for it, he tests everybody. I'm under the firm believer there's people that will find a way to get this supported. You just got to work hard enough to make it happen. Look at what we've been doing well. Look at everything on that page that right now you could say are guidelines. But we got more dying. Look at the last part from 2005 to 2009. There's been more deaths during that time than when water was restricted. So 1970s, they had coaches restricting water. But you've got more dying when we're doing more of what we should be doing. But what we're talking about right now, nobody's doing. This is the other part of it. Okay, it's not being ever discussed. Again, look at the risk factors that are in the National Athletic Trainers position stand. And if they list poor physical conditioning, then we can't skip over that and just make sure they have water. What about bigger bodies? We've got to be able to understand bigger bodies produce more heat. What about overmotivation? I'm the guy who would overmotivate. My whole life's been about coaching. And I had a young man that I'm telling him when he's doing our conditioning drills, this was about 25 years ago, I told him he didn't want it. Now, when I told him face to face, you don't want it, he hit me in the chest and he says, don't you ever tell me that I don't want it. So I had to sit there and come up with an understanding. You know, he's got me because I'm seeing him tire and I'm just thinking it's in the head. All right, so what did Mike do to try to prove a point in my idiotic state of coaching at that time? I was going to show him that the number of intervals we're running, watch me run it. So I run the first one, and I'm expecting them not to tire, and I'm expecting a certain repeatability. I go to run the second one, being 48 years old. Did my second speed match my first speed? So what was the whole team? You ain't going to get it. You ain't going to do it. All that's nothing but a bunch of big talk. And I'm the guy they're supposed to respect. So I had to find a way that I could condition to do repeat aerobic intervals that could stay high enough, that could keep the oxygen costs high enough to cause a training effect. So I want you to picture this. When you run a sprint, and you run a second sprint, and you run a third sprint, as you do more physical exertion, VO2 goes up to the amount of muscle being recruited. Now guess what happens when lactic accumulates and PC gets depleted and your core temperature can go up? That's another reason of fatigue most people don't talk about. But guess what happens when fatigue sets in and you start running them slower? Does the VO2 stay up with heart rate or does the VO2 drop? Thank you, ma'am. There's thousands of coaches that right now, not pointing fingers, but it's not their field of understanding exercise physiology. So you mean, Mike, all that fatigue-based training just wears the legs out. That's why the colleges are using GPS monitors now to monitor how hard to push kids. But again, it's the science that you can get everybody in the room and get them in agreement with. This is the problem right now. We have a gap between the coaches, the strength coaches, and the athletic and sports medicine community. So we need to be able to support one another. If a coach tells me Mike, we're calling practice. The wet ball's not conducive for high-intensity exercise. I truly believe in my gut, most coaches today, if they've kept up with any of this, is going to say thank you, and he's going to call practice. But that's not the way it used to be. Now, what I'm seeing, and I don't understand why, if this is written in your athletic position stand, the athletic trainer's position stand, why am I having such a hard time getting athletic trainers to support me? I know you coach don't understand, but you and me can help the coach understand. I've had athletics trainers tell me to shut me up. Mike, it's a good idea, but they won't do it. We need leadership. Now,
So, and thank you for such a great presentation. I just want to make sure we're clear, and I want to ask you a question. So, you're stating that for you, and you're probably, are you the only expert that's actually doing this type of testing, going school to school in the country, one? And two, how much, or better question, the physicals, when I was playing sports, for each child, they had to get through the health department or your primary care physician was $25. So that's kind of very similar to what you have to have anyway, as far as the physical is concerned. But is anybody else doing this type of training all over the country? And is this even possible to do in the state of Georgia, being that if you're the only individual that has this type of testing?
It's possible. All it takes is leadership. This is a model you can teach. Like, I've got 2 high schools that I'm working with right now that have been doing it for numerous years, using their leadership to implement it. So this is something you could go in, you could buy a metabolic cart, you could be taught how to use it. Districts could chip in to pay for the metabolic cart. You could have somebody learn to do the testing, and bingo. And then somebody like myself that's been doing the prescription for 35 years, you can be taught a system just like a football coach learning to spread or learning to run and gun. It's nothing more than learning a system that's going to be highly successful. Now, I know I've been talking a long time. How much time do I have left? Because I don't want to run. I got 3 important points at the end I got to hit, but I can skip this performance stuff if we need to skip it.
Yeah, let's do a little bit of question. That way we can all stay up to speed on it, and then I'll let you have the chance to go over that. No problem.
All right.
Have you seen an increase, Mr. Craven, or any correlation whatsoever in terms of kids being inside more, playing video games, using computers and technology versus getting outside and getting physical exercise? Do you think there's been any correlation in that in terms of aerobic capacity and physical fitness overall?
Very good question. So I've got phys ed teachers that have been a lifetime phys ed teachers. And when they go outside now to participate in phys ed, you can get a grade. There's no more running the 1.5 miles. You're going to get a grade just to walk it. Okay, so there's phys ed teachers that'll tell you that children's aerobic capacities are steadily declining because of their environment, what's going on in the way they live. Now, here's my point. Even though we know that the kid today, more than likely, is not as aerobically fit as the kid in the 60s, based on what was being done, walking to school, running to school, whatever, not sitting on the bus. We've got to find the solution to change it. And the solution to change it is if you're going to participate in a high-intensity football sport that drives heat production, we've got to know what we're working with. The coaches right now, when I tested VCU's basketball, when Coach Smart was there before he left to go to Texas, Mo Cox, that can do 20 pull-ups, 6'7", 250, looks like a Greek god. He had a 31 VO2.
Can't we train children, though, just to count? I mean, I know when I was a young person in 7th grade, that book Aerobics came out, and my high school, really junior high, PE teacher, she got me to start running. She recruited me to run cross country, and they just taught us how to count our pulse, and I could, chart that. We had to chart it in class, and I could see as I learned to run further and further that my pulse rate went down and my physical and aerobic capacity went up.
And what you experienced was a physiological change from doing the activity.
And so I guess my thing would be, don't we need to emphasize recess and physical fitness and more in the schools, so that these kids are better prepared, regardless whether they go out to a park or they're with the AAU group or what have you, that they have the physical fitness, that they're prepared.
Do you need me to stay behind the mic to answer that, or can I get out here and show something? Yeah, I would, because otherwise it's not. All right, so picture this. The only way the aerobic system, by measuring through peak VO2, goes up is not recreational activity. So that's the biggest myth in exercise science. So football coaches will tell kids, play basketball, I want you to get in aerobic shape. There's no recreational game that overloads the anaerobic system or aerobic system. They're both engaged doing the sport, but neither one is overloaded.
Right, you have to do long-term sustained activity like swimming or running or...
So when you test the heart rate at that peak VO2, you get a prescription that we shouldn't be using formulas when we can measure it exact. So back when I was growing up, 220 minus your age, 70 to 85%. That's outdated, because we can have people training at 85%. They've got a heart rate 20 to 30 beats higher in reserve that still keeps them aerobic. So what's better is to test the individual, like a long jump, vertical jump, 40. We're doing those tests already. Test his velocity that can be measured, exact his blood pressure, and find the heart rate that they can't train above. Because training above it is clearly going to cause fatigue. So we've come a long way since we've been in school to what the technology has led us to do it better. But we're behind on it. We're behind on that.
Okay. And then a quick question on that. So I think also she's hitting on the fact that kids are not active, and also we've got obesity issues that obviously contribute from listening to this problem. But my question would be, we talked about it's a $25 charge, or basically what it would cost for the kids to do it. But it sounds like to me this is something that you need to track on a regular basis to see how you're progressing.
You got it. So you got it. So keeping track, written records is just like the high school weight room.
Yeah.
They take the kid. They're not recruiting the kid. They take the kid in 9th grade and they develop the kid. They get him to believe in himself. They get him to keep written records. He sees himself come in doing this, and he sees the window grow. Same thing with this aerobic work. We can teach programs how to develop the energy system needed to be safe, needed to play the game at a higher level. This can be taught.
Okay. All right, go ahead with your
Now here's an example where if you look at the top 10 teams that run spread or high tempo, look how, right here, look how Houston runs a play, 3.28 plays a minute. But look at their record. Their record is 5-7. Now you look at Oregon, who don't run quite as many plays. Right. Look at Oregon's play per minute number compared to Houston. And Oregon cannot run as many plays on that time frame. But look at the difference in their records. So you can push a tempo that can wear your team out, and you can lose to a 9th grade team because of what you're pushing, the levels of exertion. Look at the teams over here that are the slowest in the country. Why would Alabama, who's got the biggest, fastest, strongest, why do they want to push the tempo when they're physically superior? But okay. So here you guys, good stuff. I mean, that's the good stuff, okay? But the points are, it's based on physical traits that we as coaches develop. So if I'm going to run a hurry up or a high tempo, I'm being honest, most of the coaches think they're developing that system by running the sprints. And it's being used, but it's not being developed. The VO2, if you were hooked up to a Douglas bag, the VO2 would go up during the sprint, and then when you stopped, it would drop. Then it would go up, then it would drop, then it would go up, and it would drop. And then when the number exceeds the exercise and heat tolerance, everybody's going to slow down. Then what happens to the VO2? It goes down. That's not the way to develop the system. Now, look how the PC system, which is used to dunk a basketball, think of anything less than 6 seconds. running a 40, anything that requires high power. Look how that's the dominant system that's turned on when we do it. But look how the aerobic system contributes. Look how the lactic system contributes. But look how past 50 seconds of max effort, look what happens to the lactic system. It shuts itself off. And what happens is, with the blood being severely acidic, when that happens, your blood pH drops. And when your blood pH drops, that's God's way of making you slow down. Now, what's the only system that keeps churning from the beginning to the end? What's the only system you can fall back on? All right, we're learning. We're learning. Now, look at the first sprint. Look how if I run a 6-second sprint, look how the PC system is 46% engaged. Look how the lactic system is 40%. So 86% of a 6-second sprint is coming from the anaerobic system. How much does the aerobic system contribute? Just a very little bit. Now, if I run 10 6-second sprints with a 30-second rest, that continuous effort, even though I had a 30-second rest, look at what happens to the energy system switching. You go to 40% using the aerobic, and your lactic system shuts down to 8%. So we're dependent on the aerobic system to do repeat sprints. But we've got some young men that haven't never trained the aerobic system correctly. And here we are again, producing the heat that drives the exertional heat stroke with no defense. And it can change. This is sprint times coming down. If I give you a 6-second sprint and I give you a 60-second rest, your fastest kid to your slowest kid can just about maintain power because it's a long enough rest period. But if I take that rest period to 30 seconds, there's nobody in the country. There's nobody in the country. Herschel Walker, nobody that's going to be able, with a 30-second rest, maintain the power of the first sprint. It's going to come down. Then what about if I'm running a play every 12 seconds like Auburn? It's going to really come down. And the only way it'll keep it from coming down is if you've trained the aerobic system. So this should excite coaches. You're going to show me a way that I can play 4 quarters like the first quarter. That should excite them. You know what comes right on the back of it? Safety. That should excite mothers. That should excite community leaders. We're going to compete against exertional heat stroke. We're going to compete. Look how the fastest guy on the team runs a 6.77 60, and the slowest is down here. That means this guy down here is never going to beat him. All right, now look how the number 10 man, who's that slow, look if we run 6 sprints, only 6. Look how, if he's got a good VO2, look how he doesn't drop as much, and look at these 2 guys now are even. So the guy who had all the blessed ability, if we run 6 sprints, he's got a guy now, number 10, if he's got an aerobic system, that's right beside him. He's competing right beside him. So this is telling us, unless we train both systems in the correct manner, our kids can't even compete to go to the next level of Georgia. So coaches get excited about factuals, about how to do this. That's our nature. Well, this needs to be passed on to the coaches. They'll eat it up. This is what the coaches are doing right now. This is why we got the freaks that we got. They've got God-given ability, and then they go to Georgia, and they make this side of the equation get better. This is being done nowhere in the country. All right, the right-hand side, everything we're doing on the left is about weight training, about sprint training, about plyometrics, everything that makes the kid run the 40 faster. On the right side, recovery between sprints. What does it take? You got to be able to replenish the PC as fast as you use it. Well, guess what we're dependent on to replenish the PC? The aerobic system that nobody's training. What do you mean the aerobic system? I can measure it like blood pressure using the peak VO2. Why is my voice so low? Because we got to train it, ma'am. We're going to take care of it. It's okay. It's better to identify and train within. But he's low, just like why some guys are low in bench press ability or slow in the 40. It's just what it is at the moment. What about muscle buffering? The ability to use lactic. Lactic is a fuel source. It's not a waste product. It doesn't cause soreness the next day. How many people have heard that? Lactic acid makes you delayed muscle soreness. All right, so these are things that don't have no validity. Lactic is a byproduct of glucose metabolism, and the guys with the highest VO2s, when they're sitting in the locker room at halftime, they're using it. So when they come out there at the second half, their legs ain't heavy. What's it from? Mitochondrial development. We can teach this stuff. Now, this is the part that everybody sit up. I know I've been making people go to sleep, but this is the part we got to pay attention to. Look how I got two athletes, one untrained and one trained. Look how they got the same max heart rate when you push them. But look how the difference in cardiac output, 133 versus 179. That's why this man's cardiac output is superior. His heart, when it beats, pushes more blood. So what do we have to do to improve the cardiac output? We've got to do the endurance training that's not being done because people believe it'll take away from power and speed. Then you need to educate them how to do it so it doesn't take away power and speed. You don't just ignore the system. Okay? Now, look how a heart patient, look how the max VO for the heart patient is 1.6 liters, and look how the athlete is 5.2. So there's a noticeable difference that you can clinically measure to be able to say this person's probably got some heart disease going on. Look how that parallels with cardiac output. 9.5 liters versus 30.4 liters. So it's very clear that you can have the same heart rate as a heart patient, as an athlete, but there's a big difference in the use of oxygen to the cardiac output. Well, then what about the kid who's untrained? The kid untrained is different. His heart can't pump the same amount of blood. He can't get the same blood to the skin. Look if I'm doing light activity. Every time the cardiac output, every time your heart beats, look how all this tissue gets blood. And look how when you're doing light activity, look how 47% blood flow goes to the muscle. Now look how much blood flow goes to the skin to release heat. It's only 15%. Now you're not causing a lot of heat production. But look what happens when Coach Craven comes out. All right, gentlemen, let's pick it up, let's strap it up, let's start jogging. So now I got more muscle recruitment. Now with more muscle recruitment, look how much when the heart beats, look how much blood goes to the muscle compared to the skin. See how the blood flow increases to the muscle with more muscle active? Look what happens, blood going to the skin when you need it to release heat. What's happening? It's going down. Now this is what we want to get in front of every coach. What happens when they do a sprint and you're pushing max effort? How much blood flow goes to the muscle? 88%. How much blood flow goes to the skin when you're sprinting? 2%. That means your fit kid and your unfit kid, when they're doing a high intensity sprint, nobody's getting blood flow to the skin for regulation, no matter what the temperature is. Now, when you stop the sprint, that's the saving grace. How many football coaches are taking long rest periods? Nobody. So when you stop the sprint, you're still dependent on a heart that can pump the blood to the skin. So the young men with low VO2s, they ain't got the heart that can do it. So they line up and they run right beside the next young man as hard as they can. And what ends up happening is they gain heat faster than they can get rid of it. And you can be 100% hydrated when this happens, and it still can happen. So to me, this is the presentation. Now this was a research that I did at Maryland and Kansas City where this young man died at Kansas City last year, and Jordan McNair died last year at Maryland. They were running 110s at Maryland, and at Kansas City they were running 50-yard sprints for 36. The linemen were told to run the 3650s with a race pace of 8 seconds of 50. That comes to a 625 yards per second. Look how when Jordan was running the 110s, it came to a 611. Now, they were given rest periods, but they were short. Look how if you run a 6-minute mile, a 6-minute mile comes out to be 4.8 yards a second. So the point is, running a 4.8 yards a second that equals a 6-minute mile pace, that's a lot lower than a 6.25, 6.11. There's no linemen that have aerobic systems that can run that pace. I know through 15 years of testing. What have I seen with all the kids I've tested? 1.82 yards a second to 3.20. That means when you measure the velocity at their peak aerobic capacity, they can't move no faster than 1.82 to 3.20, and I've tested Little League to college. So why are we asking for race paces in continuous manners, not knowing that it's simple math? You're asking them to do something in a repeat manner that's not sustainable. This is the hump. When we do the VO2 test, we identify, if you're going to train the aerobic system, what not to exceed for the individual. Anything you do on the right of the hump is throwing dice, guessing. You're guessing at what you're doing is developing the aerobic system, when again, it's causing accumulation of fatigue from the beginning of the week to 6 weeks to 12 weeks, whatever your season is. And this is the solution. We've got to train their aerobic system to get higher up than what it is in the beginning when they walk in for football practice, to be closer to top speed. Because right now, the aerobic systems of the young men, even if he's lean and low in body fat, are more underdeveloped than ever before. And we can test it to prove it. Thank y'all.
So thank you so much for your great presentation. I have two questions. You talked a lot about the testing. What's a recommendation you have for actually building up the heart for a particular athlete, one? And two, what will be your suggestions for breaks within the intervals of that type of testing to build up the heart system? Because
very good question.
Yeah, because what we want to try to do is figure out what's the solution. What can we put on paper to be?
This is called program design, and I can spend time with you at another time and show why the programs are designed the way they are. But most people, when they hear the word interval training, they think max effort for a short amount of time. And that's incorrect, because the max effort is what drives the fatigue, so the aerobic system can't be trained to optimum. So what we do is when we find that hump, when we find the peak VO2, that's the point where your body's starting to make lactic accumulate. And I'm not going to cheerlead like I used to. You can do it, you can do it, you can do it, when he's getting slower. So what we do is we set up intervals based on heart rates under the lactic threshold. And then when we set up the intervals, let's say it's a 2-minute interval, we build those intervals over time from 2 minutes to 3 minutes to 4 minutes to 5 minutes, like she said. And what that does, it overloads that system to create the physiological changes needed to be heat fit and to play the game at a high level. The worst thing you can do is train intervals hot above the lactic threshold, because now you take the power away from the athlete. That's going to make the coaches say, I don't do that aerobic work. He lost time on his 40. He got weak in the weight room. It's not the aerobic work. You did the aerobic work wrong. You're not doing it off the test results. You're guessing. So we can design a program for each kid based on heart rate. Then when that kid's running, if his heart rate gets too high, what is he going to be encouraged to do? Got to be able to say it. Son, slow down and stay within the range you've been tested so we can build the volume up.
All right. I think that's everything. We sure appreciate it. It's a great presentation. I think it's eye-opening to everybody in the room, and I hope it was a little over time, but yes. I think it was worth the price of admission. Let's just say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks for being here. Great stuff. All right. I believe we have Jason McKay from Rank 1 Health here. And as he's coming up, I'm going to sprint down. I'm going to jog past my VO2 level to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
think this will work just fine.
Okay.
From the seat.
Just next
That,
one back?
yep.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Perfect
Yeah,
time.
perfect time. This is City Councilwoman Helen Willis, so she's going to be one of the people for walking out the ball around all these places. Her legislative assistant. I don't know if you all have Thank you so much. This is the no way you can see me. And call me to make sure it's called and nudged me. Oh, good. Oh, yeah. Well, we're actually responsible for what we're talking about. You know, like, I think so many of the things that we I think my favorite day was yeah, the process where it's like, yeah, you're like, this seems silly. And Margaret was one of the panels, she's like, so I can go live? Just so I can do my job. Yeah.
I appreciate you being here. You know, one of the guys on here is not here today. He coaches it. Yeah, y'all meet him. I was like, yeah, I know you coming today. Your snacks and coffee. We would listen a whole lot better if we Thing back on the red. Well, of course, he sees the cameras. You know, typical politician. They start clicking their heels when they see the camera. Personally, I run from it because I sound like a redneck on TV. But, all right. So moving along, we have Rank One Health here. I think they've got some pretty amazing things to talk about what they can do, and we appreciate you guys being here. If you'll introduce yourself and get going.
Sure.
Thank you for having us. Jason McKay with Rank 1 Health. I'm Sean Endicott. We'll both be contributing to the presentation today. So we come to you today from Texas, and I don't know if any of you have been to Texas lately, but it's pretty hot down there. So we face our own challenges in heat and with heat-related illnesses for a lot of our clients in that state. So I will tell you that I appreciate the commitment of this committee and the subject matter for which you're addressing, and the emotion that we just witnessed with Mr. Craven and others. With that said, we're technology guys. We're likely going to be a little toned down from that, but we don't. Some people accuse us of sitting in our own little world and doing our own little magic in our own little dark rooms, but we're not the coaching type necessarily. But we are no less committed, I promise you. So the objective behind today is really just to share with you some of the capabilities that we've built into the technology solution to help manage and address some of the sports-related injuries. We are a school-based solution. But I will tell you, I'll let Jason explain some of the historical milestones that got us to where we are today and how that has helped a lot of the clients we work with.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. This is the first time I've ever spoken in public like this, so yeah, tried my best. So we got into the school space, middle school and high school space, back in 2008, and we started working with athletic trainers as they were really just coming onto the scene, and athletic directors, with the idea of building a software program that would help them do their jobs more efficiently. That was it. I mean, we sat down with them and we said, what do you need it to do? And we'd go build a prototype and come back and show it to them and work with them and constantly do iterative development. And so 12 years later, we've got some of these things I don't know to be 100% accurate, but I would say that there's about 7,000 athletic trainers that work with middle schools and high schools around the country, and we have somewhere around 5,000 of them that use our software. So we have a fairly decent coverage. We have, in the states that we're in, we have a fairly large penetration, 90+% of the larger schools, which are 5A, 6A, 4A in Texas, and then in Oklahoma, they have different designations for those larger schools, but again, large school populations are very common for us within a state. We have two distinct companies that work together. One is a logistics company and one is a health company, and I'm not here today to try and sell you software. I just sort of want to lay down some of the foundation here. The logistics company handles everything that a school needs to put on a sporting activity, and this data that's included with that is really important. Where's the location of the event? Who's going to be there? Are they eligible to participate? Height and weights of athletes? What type of equipment are they using? What's the weather like? What's the field type? What's the shoe type? I mean, we even know, what bus they rode on and, who worked the field. So there's a ton of data that comes from the logistics side just to put on an event, whether it's a game, a practice, and we also do camps as well. But what made our company unique was that if any of the athletes were injured during any event, whether it be training or practice or games, that injury was logged into Rank 1 starting back in 2009. So the injury would be entered, and then the subsequent treatment would be done within the software. And if they were eligible to participate during that time, then they would stay green within the system. If they weren't eligible to participate, then all the protocols to get them back on the field would be followed and logged within the program. So we just kind of did our thing, just worked with schools and grew organically, and we're focused on being a software company. And then 2.5 years ago, Children's Health out of Dallas, which is, I believe, the 8th largest children's hospitals group in the country, about 10,000 employees, they approached us and they said, we are constantly focused on making kids safer. And everywhere we turn in this state, We find out you guys are the software being used by the trainers in the school, so how can we work together to make kids safe? Well, it's pretty hard to say no to that, since that's what all of us are trying to do on a daily basis. So we formed Rank One Health with them, and we brought in their epidemiology teams and their other research groups to come in and start looking at our information and seeing if there were any trends or things that we should pay attention to. And what we discovered, to our surprise, because we're basically just coders, is that we had the largest pediatrics sports database in the world by about a factor of 11. We had over. Yeah. Honestly, we're that stupid. Yeah. So we had. We didn't know. We're not data. We're not researchers, and we didn't really gather that. But we did 3 million treatments last year. We cover about 4,500 schools nationally. We have a lot of information that's put into our system. And so when we realized sort of the scale of what we had, we also knew that there were very few companies out there who could take that data and then go out and pair up with other states and start to grow into sort of a superset, if you will, that could give us real valuable information, not just on a local level, which is where most of these efforts are done today, but on a regional and potentially national scale. We could start to contrast, does the humidity levels in Georgia compare to the humidity levels in the South Texas, and how do those impact things? Or what's weather like, or what's cleat types on surface types, and all of these things. There's just all this data that can start to come together to give you some real confidence that it's not just a small data set, it's not just a small isolated result that we're seeing real change. So when we do a VO2 type implementation somewhere, we could do it in multiple places and start to get real data on things, not just a two high school sort of data set. So that's when we started this initiative of reaching out to states and saying, would you like to come along and help us participate and do this? And the return value to you is we'll offer software that schools pay for today, and we'll give it to your schools, small and large, so they can use that program. And that way, this is a non-invasive deployment of the software solution. It's organic. We're making their lives easier. We know that our customers have the highest customer satisfaction out there. So, I mean, you're welcome to call any of them, and they're going to tell you they love us, because they do. It works, and it's built for them. So it's a good win-win. They get to improve their lives. You, as the state of Georgia, start to get real data that you can take action on and start making kids healthier. And we take on the responsibility of doing the deployment. So that's a little bit about us. There's probably a lot more we could do, but like I said, I don't want to take up all our time doing that. Sean's going to run you through some examples of data sets and information that we can capture today, how that might be applicable to your current situation. And then, of course, we wanted to leave it open for question and answer, because there's probably be some of those too. So. Oh.
Just a quick question regarding the Rank One sport in let's say a mid-size school in South Georgia wanted to be part of the data collection. Is there like an app that the trainer or a coach, how does the data get to you, inputted to you? Temperature, the cleats, there's a lot of data, but it's got to be entered somewhere. And
yeah.
I'm assuming it's the trainer or the coach, or it is on one of these jabos right here?
Yeah, that's right. It's usually a network, right? So the coaches usually enter their own schedules. They create their own rosters. The parents fill out the forms for the kids when they register, so they complete those forms on behalf of the kid, and then they sign off on a few acknowledgments on code of conduct usually and things of that nature. So the information all happens in an organic way. The parent comes in, registers the kid gets put on a roster, the coach makes the schedule is assigned to the parent and the kid. Everything sort of flows naturally. Now, when it comes to the injuries, Texas, we're a little unique, and that's something that we'll address later on in this presentation. Our athletic trainers are employees of the school districts in Texas. So every school basically has at least one athletic trainer on site. Now, if they're a very small school, they might share athletic trainers amongst a couple schools. But for the most part, we have on-staff facility. And those are the folks that enter the injury, they document the return to play, they handle the communication with the physicians. They really orchestrate the whole care plan on behalf of the injured athlete.
Okay, thank you.
Goodness gracious, if you have the largest pediatric database, have you shared any of this with universities or with the National Institutes of Health or
Yeah,
anything
so
like that? I mean,
currently we have some process papers that are being done with UT in Texas. And then there's a couple papers that have been written. This is not my specialty on data, so I apologize if I'm using the wrong terms, but basically we have stuff in the queue that's waiting on data to be validated, and then there's already some peer stuff out there. But yeah, there's a great deal of excitement about it.
my husband's an orthopedic surgeon, so he would just go wild to have access to this information. And Children's Healthcare of Atlanta is a huge network also. I don't know if you're aware, but we have great, incredible resources between the CDC, Emory University, Georgia Tech, Morehouse School of Medicine. We just have really great resources that would love to get a hold of this.
Yeah, so I didn't mention this earlier on, but our plan for doing this is actually to partner with those local organizations. So Children's Health handles, Children's Health UT Southwestern.
Grace is my middle name.
Do you have a napkin?
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I'll clean up in a little while. There we go.
So in Texas, we have UT Southwestern and UT Dallas and Children's Health that are working on that. But our goal is to find partner organizations that can also really work on a local level. So for you, of course, everything you just said, those would be the people that we would want to work with. We would partner with them, and they would actually run and operate the Georgia version of the software. So that way you've got local representation, you have people that understand the current local environment, how things are being deployed, legislation that's taken place, and then we work on a national level to try and bring those individual committees together. So this is not, we're in no way, shape, or form trying to say that Texas is going to run this. This is a team effort, and we want to partner with every state to make sure their state's, the way they need it to be.
We're okay with Texas. My son's at UT.
Oh, okay. Well.
To most cities.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Maybe not Athens, but Nashville, Austin, they're up there in the top.
No, that's really exciting. That really is. That's
Yeah,
really
we
neat.
really feel blessed. We think that this is quite an exciting endeavor, but it takes a village. Sorry, I'm taking shots.
So we heard Mr. Craven talk about the gap, and he mentioned, the gap between the athletic trainer and the medical community, and the athletic trainers and the medical community. So that's the problem, where there's the gap there. And so the software addresses just that. So through mobile technology, we're able to offer a solution where the injury can be documented, which is another key important fact. When you have, 200 schools and you have, 150 different ways to document injuries and treatment methodology, and some of the detail associated with those injuries, you don't have any capability to do standardized reporting and understand how you can make some decisions about how to lessen risk and some of those things related to those types of injuries. So, and then you hear Mr. I think it was Spencer speak this morning about he mentioned uniformity. So those type of standardization objectives are important. So whenever a committee or someone is formed to be able to analyze that data, they understand what they're looking at, and it's all called the same thing, and there's some uniformity and standardization across the board of all the schools. So that's an important objective as well. So,
real quick, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
Yeah.
just a quick question. So if I heard correctly, then currently the way it works now is you're in the process of starting to give this product away to the schools, and then on the data on the backside is kind of funding all that. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a simple way of saying it. What we try and do is get local hospitals to sponsor those districts and basically partner with them. So they're working with them, they're educating them on how to use the athletic training software. They're working with any ATCs that are contracted in most cases with those districts to make sure they're entering the information in a standardized format. There's some leadership that's taking place at the local level, which is another reason that we try and partner with those healthcare facilities, because it does require a little hands-on care. But yes, so at the end of the day, there are some laws. There is HIPAA and FERPA that come into play here with the transfer of medical information. And so the old system used to be the athletic trainer or the school nurse would say to the kid or the mom or the dad, you need to go see a doctor. I recommend Team Dr. Smith, whatever. And then they would call Team Dr. Smith. They would give Team Dr. Smith's office the information about mom. Team Dr. Smith would call mom, schedule an appointment. They didn't know anything about insurance information. There was no streamlining of return to play. Everything was just sort of clunky. And so we provide healthcare facilities and the local hospitals and doctors around that area with a secure communication portal that allows them to streamline all those processes, including return to play, transfer of insurance information, registration and scheduling of parents and whatnot. And so there's value in there for them. And so the hospitals are willing to offset that cost. And then in our case, what we do is we'll offset that cost until a hospital comes along and says that they want to do it, and then we partner with them to deploy that product.
So in that process, not only do you standardize the protocol, but you also clearly document it so you can both report on it and measure trends over time. So that's the idea. So a lot of our clients, one of the things they love the best are really to be able to measure about a 3-year window and understand, are we trending in the right direction? And so, they look at it and are able to determine, if I had a tool that could provide detail such as time of day, weather conditions, surface type, equipment involved, all of those details are tracked and managed relative to the injury, and then I have a 3-year span of time for which we could actually analyze that data and understand how to make better decisions. So maybe as we talk about some of the heat-related scenarios that have been discussed today, maybe we determine that in August in Georgia we start our practice 45 minutes earlier than we have been, just based on the data that we know. But we think we know what that data looks like. I mean, we're all understanding that we don't practice in the hottest time of the days, but we really need to see the data. We really need to understand how to make those smart decisions to lessen the risk of the children athletes, the student athletes. Sure.
Sorry. What's really important about the data that he's talking about is that it can't be a requirement to be entered. So you can't put an onus on a school to say, hey, we want you to take the time to enter in all this additional ancillary data because it's going to help us make better decisions. So that's where that logistics piece comes in. When they're setting up the logistics software that's doing all the activities management, you only have to enter in a field one time. The location's stored, you enter in the field type, you know everything about it. Well, from that one little entry that was organic in nature, you needed to put a location in there. That's how you can extract what day of the week was the game, what time was the game, what's the field type, here was the weather, here was the wind, right? And then when it comes to the roster elements of it, you don't want to, it's really hard to say, hey, who was playing right guard and what was the defensive person against that right guard? Well, if you already have the roster information, you already know who they were, you have that information. So there's all these sort of tangential points that you cannot have somebody manually go in and do afterwards. It's too time consuming. It just has to be in the natural flow of how data is entered, and that's why we are advocating. We're providing the logistics piece for free now, because it's so important to make the health piece functional.
Right. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, so the software, I guess, interacts with, it must interact with weather type of software to be able to detect that automatically, or and GPS type software as well. And
So it's geolocation. So the,
okay.
the GPS data, you can go back and report on that for as far back in time as you really want to.
Mm-hmm.
But by doing the inventory management and doing the field availability and scheduling, you can start to pair together all of these pieces.
And I guess in terms of HIPAA and privacy concerns, y'all, the names become blind, or
That's right. So there's no information that we disclose to anybody, even our university partners.
mm-hmm.
We don't disclose any information, even to our university partners,
Mm-hmm.
that isn't available through public information requests. So
Okay.
everything is scrubbed. It's non-personally identifiable data, even the models that you're running.
Mm-hmm.
But there's great statistical value and male,
Absolutely.
height, weight, and all those different things. So yeah, there's no release of student information ever to anybody.
Okay.
One of the things we haven't mentioned, you mentioned, is it available through your mobile technology? There are capabilities in the software to do virtual consults through basically video. The trainer can actually, basically either use Skype or FaceTime type technology where you can video.
It's a secure.
I'm not using the right term,
Yeah,
so.
Sideball. So we have a secure video and communication platform built into the mobile application. So an athletic trainer can in real time video conference with any coach anywhere and help address the injury. So the example we always use is 7th grade girls soccer. There is not an athletic trainer present at that practice, and it is usually some field far, far away from the school. And so if a girl gets hurt at that time, the coach can hit a video conferencing button. It rings the athletic trainer. Athletic trainer can video conference with them real time, help them do a triage diagnosis, and tell them if they need to go see immediate medical care or come see them in the morning at 8. That's included in the service. Everything that's there is all it's all encrypted. It's non-locally stored. It's using fairly expensive protocol to do it, but it's an additional feature that we've added in there.
Thank you. So you could also video conference with physicians as well. I mean, have y'all also done that? And
Yes. So the physicians because physicians actually have their own app.
Mhm.
So the physician's application, same thing. ATC can communicate with the physician. They can real time look at the athlete,
Mhm.
and then they can say, "Yeah, I need to come in and see him." And then if they use any bio devices, they can also run vitals through there, store them in their records.
No, that's incredible. That's awesome, especially in terms of concussions and things that are so timely to address. That's great.
Yeah, we
great.
had over. I think this is close to being public. Yeah, but we had like 72,000 concussions in our system. And
I believe it.
There's or suspected concussions.
Right.
And so
Right.
we realize now just how valuable it would have been to have the ability to get expert guidance on there right away, which is where Dr. Burkhart and some of the folks are really pushing today.
That's great.
So I'm not sure if you guys were aware, but we do work with at least 8 schools in Georgia that currently use our software to various degrees. As Jason mentioned, it is a complete software solution for administration of athletics. So you'll see on the slide that there are 8 schools that are listed, 28,000 students represented, broken out with the number. 28,000 high school students, 10,800 middle school students. So you've got almost 40,000 students that have completed online forms in the software today, out of those 8 districts.
And these are voluntary adoptions. These are just schools, I mean, we don't have a sales force. So the school at some point emailed us and said, how do we use your software? And we signed them up and got them on board. So, so they're, this is voluntary adoption on their.
They probably met a coach at camp or something.
Right.
Yeah,
Conferences.
usually word of mouth, yeah.
But you can see there that in the data, it's interesting on the right, the total number of injuries that are documented, only being 138 out of those districts. So, so I'm not sure what I did there. Sorry. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, maybe I hit the wrong button. Let's see.
So what I see over there is you have 138 documented injuries and 124 of them came out of Oconee.
There you go.
That's right.
So somebody ain't telling the truth. What we got going on.
Well, yeah, what it is they're not entering injury into the system. So they're using the logistics piece, but they're not using the health piece. And that's common if you don't have an athletic trainer on staff, because it's an extra burden on either the contracted athletic trainer or the coach or whomever's in charge of documenting that injury. And this is where we need some help, because good intentions won't get people to enter in the injury and allow us to start tracking it. And we need that help. They love the logistics piece, right? Like, they like stuff being automated with scheduling and notifications and all that. But when it comes to entering in the injury info, they don't. So we have, what do we have, 8? Is that what you said?
8.
Yeah, so we have 8 schools in Georgia, and we have a little over 2,000 in Texas. And a school, like he's gonna show you, DISD, entered over 6,000 just last year or whatever. So there's a discrepancy in the amount of injuries that are being logged in Georgia, at least in our software.
But that's also representative of the fact that we brought them on they contacted us and wanted to be a part of that. From what we're talking about, the real value is that economy of scale. So now we can actually say, let's give it to all the middle schools and high schools in the state, and let's make it available to them. And then if you want certain data protocol followed, then you can manage that. Yeah. So the data fields you can manage those. If you have something specific that you want to measure, you can. So it's really a matter of kind of what you're seeing represented in the current Georgia footprint doesn't necessarily reflect how it could be.
Sure, and I would think from even if we at the state level weren't able to figure out a way, I would think from an insurance, as you see more and more insurance companies refusing to insure football, for instance, because of concussion concerns, the insurance company could also drive this reporting of data, because then you're following protocol. They've got that you've done everything you're supposed to have done for future litigation issues and whatnot. So I would see where that would be another driver to get people to report that injury information and follow protocol.
Yeah, your actuarial analytics are about 4.7% more accurate.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, 4.7% in an actuarial table is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, you could. There's teeth there for sure.
I mean, I think that's it. If we can't figure out a way at the state level to make that happen, I think for me that would be the next step, is say, all right, well, these are the 5 guys that are insuring sports in Georgia. Sell that to them and say, look, you need to really, push these people to put this information out there, because it's important. I mean, I think you've got a great thing. So.
Well, local representation can help with having those conversations.
Sure.
Let's take a look for a second. The next slide you'll see is actually it's a little hard to read on the screen, but hopefully in your handout you can take a look at that. It gives you an example of the injury report. Hey, Jason, you mind to get another copy of our report up here?
This is that real sissy guy that went to Georgia and played football. He finally showed up.
For the record, I didn't say that. Oh, thank you.
So that's very important, but the key is it's a really streamlined injury entry system. This is not Athletic trainers, for the most part, are seeing large groups of kids coming in, Saturday morning after the game. You got everybody coming in for some sort of treatment, doing whatever it may be. And so they don't have a lot of time to sit down and say, let's spend 20 minutes documenting this. So our system is set up to make the documentation of that injury quick and efficient, but capture all the important relevant fields for that referral to the physician as well. Then on the next page, oh, sure.
Hey, I was going to encourage y'all, if you want to develop this some more, you probably should get the codes physicians use and use
CPT
those.
coding and
Yeah.
whatnot. Yeah, so
You ought to coordinate, you ought to develop these different injury areas with those CPT codes.
So I would love it.
You should.
we had, you wouldn't believe the rub. That's why having the legislature involved is important.
Yeah.
Because each individual school has their own sort of thoughts on the matter.
Sure.
And again, standardization like that would be a huge win for all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So theoretically, you have to go, each school is for or against you being able to put the codes that the doctor uses?
No, it's
This is quick, but I think this is quick, but if you could, characterize these different types of injuries, like I said, with the CPT codes, it would help streamline, like you said, the research, everything.
Yeah.
If you could, because there's, whenever you go to the doctor, right, and they see you, they give you a code for what they treated you for, and they're called CPT codes. And if you could standardize this data to be consistent with that, then it would be consistent with the medical record, the insurance records, the data records would all be, in particular for research and statistical analysis.
So we've done that behind the scenes. So the terminologies that we use in the database structure parallel well with the coding. So we can do that sort of without bothering the school. But it's a great way to bracket and do that. It just requires some training. But this is really we're at the forefront of all this. As more and more states adjust or adopt, I think we can all start to standardize and push forward a lot of great moves like that.
So the injury page that you're looking at today, or at the moment, allows us, and I should say allows a client of ours to be able to really run reporting based on those injuries. And so what you're seeing is just an example of one of our clients, Dallas ISD, basically 22 high schools, 37 middle schools in the city of Dallas. And this is the data that is reflective of that for 2018. And so, it gives you an idea of the capabilities of how you can look at, how you can slice the data to be able to really understand what your, the way things might be trending. So the next slide is really interesting because it allows you to see some of the reporting. And again, this is really from the same type or from that same client of ours, but it allows you to see how they've chosen to measure some of these details. So, injury reported by month, injury by age, by gender and age, by mechanism, what surface type they were on, and then by category. And so, again, this is the type of data that would be valuable to almost every school to be able to determine, how they're trending, and are they doing all that they can do to, to manage the health of their students.
Yeah, and this is kind of piggyback off of what Representative Silcox stated earlier. The CPT codes are critical. I know my day job, I'm a trial lawyer, and so we deal with that all the time in litigation. You just don't know how much. But are you finding, and I think the chairman stated may have alluded to this, or are you finding pushback from the individual schools, and why do you think they're pushing back against the CPT codes? Because they don't have maybe a doctor or someone well-versed in the codes and how to utilize the codes? Because that will make this process a lot simpler, especially with the medical records down the line as well.
This is a very easy, straightforward answer for you. So when you've got, in Texas, we have a fairly large group that uses it. Like I said, a couple thousand schools, lots of opinions. They've been using it for almost a decade. So people are sort of set in their ways. I think one of the awesome things about this Georgia opportunity is it's really green field. They don't have preset disposition to the way that they did stuff, so let's do it the way you all want to do it day one. And I'm happy to make those changes. Trust me, the CPT codes is a win-win for all of us. Yeah.
I guess my thing is, I don't know where the fear would come from, other than
So-
change, the fear of change.
It's the fear of change. So we have schools, when we first started this out, I feel like this point is really simple. The CPT coding can go in there, no problem. I'm happy to do it. The historical problems that we had is like, we had a school who called this like finger one. Then we had a school that called it index finger. And then we had some school that called it whatever. And they would fight.
This is the bird finger now.
Yeah, right. You got me. I went with this one. And so they would argue about what they wanted to call it. And so 2 years ago, we took the Andrews Institute protocols of what they called all the body parts, and we just said, folks, this is what's called today. And we're all going to go with that. So that we would do something similar to that with the CPT.
Oh, here we go.
Have you had resistance from the schools in terms of them not wanting to, I guess, be compared with other schools in the area in terms of the number of injuries, or not wanting that data to get to the media necessarily, or that sort of thing?
Ironically, we did initially. And then once they found that, there's some stuff that I don't want to like leak out in advance of this,
Right.
but let's just say football is statistically a safer game than people had thought it was based on. So the research that had done prior, that most of the data is just, stated from today,
Right.
was a research study with about 4,000 kids in it. So needless to say, you blow that up to a few 100,000 kids, and you can start to really get a more accurate, data view. And so once they found out we were going to say football was safer, they were like, well, heck, share away, Why were we keeping that a secret? No, but also all the information that's being used is available through Freedom of Information. So whether they wanted to or not, the only barrier to getting this information into a study is that somebody has to individually request that from that district. What we're trying to say is, we'll do that, somebody else will do that, or, we can just make this easy on you and you don't have to go fill out that paperwork, and that's really when they go, okay, that's fine.
So, obviously, some very good questions. We don't, some Alabama jokes.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It said it a little bit too loud, so let me say it on record. It looks like the injury referral list is based on your dealings in Alabama. There's actually 6 toes listed on your sheet. So
Fair.
Software. So I think that's the.
Yeah, that's all. That's all we had in the presentation. But open to other questions or other thoughts about how we may be able to benefit.
No,
you
I mean, I
further.
think it's a great product. I think, as we move along in the study committee, I mean, if there's something we can put out that would allow this thing to roll out across the state, I think that's a good step, because it looks like a great product. I just, I don't know what that looks like in legislation, I think would be my concern. But Representative Silcox.
Well, and my question would be, have y'all spoken to the Georgia High School Association?
No, not really.
Okay.
Georgia is, we'd love to work here, but this was really like a shock to us too, that we were, that we connected through active policy, and we're here. We're excited about the opportunity, but we have not spent a lot of time in Georgia, working with the groups here.
Okay, great, thanks.
The reason we connected is because we had originally talking about unfunded state mandates, and how there's a lot of good people trying to do good things, but then there's no real way to deploy it without burdening the school. And that's when the concept came to us that, like, we we just rolled out for Texas Association of Private and Parochial Schools today, actually. We rolled out 242 high schools for them, standardized all of this. We're doing it for the UIL on their concussion study for the Texas mandate. We have a lot of activity in our own sort of backyard, but we are in 26 states. Like I said, we have schools here. You know, it's not like we're totally disconnected. We're willing to dive head first and get a solution in place here.
I think that's great. I think it's, like I said, I mean, it's a great product. If you can figure out a way to offer this to schools at no cost, I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. So we just need to see as we walk through this study committee how we can kind of help hold everybody's hand through the process. So I appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving along. I think we're a little behind schedule, but that's all right. Typical government. Mr. Richard here with the Georgia Nurse, and I would say I'd mess it up, so I do Limp here. Is that right?
If I may, I'd like to bring a friend with me.
Oh, phone a friend, absolutely. That's a good-looking friend. I'd bring him with you.
All right, thank you. Chairman and committee, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's something that I've really been hoping for and praying for many years. My name is Richard Lamphere, and I have a couple roles today. One is I'm the president of the Georgia Nurses Association, and I'm also a pediatric nurse at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. I run a program there called Project Save, where we focus on schools, communities, athletic leagues to make sure our children are safe when they participate in those athletic leagues. I'm also a member of the Georgia High School Sports Advisory Committee and serve on some committees. I'm an invited guest to the governor's panel on child fatalities and things like that, so I see the end results of these. But more importantly, I'm trying to prevent those injuries from going into death situations. I invited a friend, Amos Mansfield, and I'll let him talk about his role.
I speak really loud, so I'll try to. I'm Amos Mansfield. I'm the president of the Georgia Athletic Trainers Association. I guess I'm kind of the committee crasher today. But Richard and I work together with the Georgia High School Athletic Association on the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, and we've worked on several projects in the state of Georgia. I'm the director of sports medicine for Mercer University Athletics in Macon, Georgia. I'm a certified athletic trainer and have been certified now for 23 years, and I'm licensed in the state of Georgia. I've worked in Alabama, Mississippi, and most recently Tennessee as the head athletic trainer at the University of Memphis. So Richard and I work together. He told me about this, and I'm happy to be here and hopefully help try to make our sports and activities safer for our young people in Georgia.
Sure.
So I think that the first thing I want to talk about, we've gotten a lot of information, and so how do we get that information to the coaches, to the schools, to those communities where the children are playing or practicing? And I always like to tell a story about going up to Gwinnett to the Peachtree Ridge Athletic League, and there's a gentleman there that played football at the University of Georgia. He is the director of football, and I asked him, I don't know if you've ever been there, but this field probably costs $5 million to put together. Beautiful grass. We're sitting at the picnic table by the concession stand, and I said, where's your emergency equipment? He said, well, it's right here at the concession stand. I said, well, do you have people to respond? He said, yeah, on Saturdays we play football from 8 o'clock in the morning. We play after dark. You know, we have lights. We have an ambulance here. And I said, that's great. And I knew the answer, like I've heard lawyers always know the answer to the question that they're going to ask next. And I said, now where do you practice? Because I knew they weren't going to practice on this field. I mean, that field is just for Saturdays only. He said, well, you go down this road, turn left, and we practice over there by the soccer fields. And I asked him, I said, where's your emergency equipment over there? He said, at the concession stand. And I asked him, how many knee surgeries have you had playing at the University of Georgia and in the NFL? How fast can you run from there to get to your emergency equipment? So what I do is really bring about an awareness, and I think it's so important what we heard today, and just some of the things about heat illnesses and heat strokes and things like that. A couple of things that people don't think about, and as the president of the Georgia Nurses Association, one of the things we cannot do, or most, I would say probably 90% of the emergency rooms cannot do cold water immersion. We do not have a cold bath in the emergency rooms. What nurses do is we get gloves, put ice cubes in it, put it in underarms, groins, things like that to try to get the body temperature down. It doesn't work in that heat situation where it's an emergency life and death situation. We know that we need the cold water immersion at the scene of the injury. So we heard about the 12-year-old that was transported to the hospital to treat his heat stroke. That's a delay in treatment. What we feel, and something that the Georgia High School Association has adopted, is that we want to cool at the scene, cool before transport. The other thing to think about in South Georgia, when it's 100 degrees, you have an ambulance standing by or being called to the scene to treat somebody like that. It's been sitting in a parking lot. The back of it's probably 110 degrees. So you take a child that's cooled down a little bit, you put them in the back of the ambulance where it's now 110 degrees, their body temperature goes back up before transporting. You get them to the hospital in the emergency room that doesn't have a cold immersion place to do that, so now we've delayed treatment even further. So those are the things that we talk about either at the Georgia High School Association and work these things through, or when we go to little leagues. And that's really my concern. I think we're really good at making sure our participants are safe at the high school level through all the members of the Georgia High School Association, and Amos can talk a little bit more about this, but we're ranked in the top 5 in some of the things that we just implemented at their last board meeting. And one of them is cold water immersion, treat before transport. The thing about that is that we want a core body temperature coming down. The only way to take a core body temperature in the field is by doing a rectal temperature. We know that's going to be a challenge for some of our coaches in South Georgia and some of the coaches, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
problem for me.
So,
it's a deal breaker.
And it is a deal breaker, but that's what we're talking about. So it's a recommendation, it's not a requirement. But we want that body temperature coming down, making sure it's coming down because they've been in a cold water immersion before they're being transported away from that facility. We know that's so important to get the body temperature down. As you heard, some of the temperatures that have been recorded as high as 110 degrees. And so,
Quick
yes.
question, sorry. This thing's blinking like a Keno game. Hold on one second. We're going to go to Representative Silcox first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to ask if you put someone that's got 106 core body temperature immediately in a really freezing cold tub, doesn't that shock their heart? I mean, or is there a kind of medium temperature that cold pool stays at, if you had it ideally?
No, you want it ice cold. You want it
ice cold?
Yeah.
Really? And that doesn't shock the heart?
It doesn't shock the heart.
Interesting. Okay.
It shocks the body, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be a jolt to the nervous system. It's not, unless there's a genetic condition, underlying condition of a heart condition that may do that. And the only one I can think of is it's called long QT syndrome, type 2, but it's very rare. But the emergency is getting the body temperature down.
I think back to my days in football, and we used to, after practice, go jump in the cold ice baths and sit there and hope to God your body would turn numb so you wouldn't hurt and feel it anymore. But so yeah, it doesn't kill you. I'm living proof that it doesn't kill you. So hold on one second.
So, and I guess the chair just kind of alluded to that. I know some junior colleges do this, and they have the cold water ice tubs right there on the side of the practice field. Are you saying that something as simple as that could be utilized even with youth sports and athletics, just having it right there on the field or right there on the track for some of the students and youth athletes that practice inside of it, inside the track area, which is the football field? Would that help? Would that something?
Absolutely. We want it as near to the field to play as possible. And so there's some designs that they're almost like a sleeping bag sort where it folds up and you can have ends on it, and so you can put water and ice in that, so you can have a Gatorade bucket poured in there if need be in an emergency situation. So it doesn't necessarily have to be totally set up with the ice melting there at the sidelines, but you have to have it available. And so buckets of ice water that you're using for drinking water can also be then used in an emergency to help cool temperatures. And the things that, and really the rec leagues, the athletic leagues, and I probably passed 5 signs on the way here today of advertisements, either cheerleading, football, baseball, little league things that you were talking about earlier, that we don't have any regulation of that, and we have those businesses popping up. And those are the ones that worry me, because it's usually the parent who gets off work at 5 o'clock, goes home, has dinner, and then runs the practice. They have no idea that these types of things can happen. So what is their training? And so how do we get the training to them? How do we get those leagues regulated? And I think the other thing, and Amos can talk to this, but I really think we need to look at having athletic trainers at all of our schools. In Georgia, we don't have, not every school does not have an athletic trainer or a school nurse. I think both of those things really needs to be looked at to make sure the consistency, the safety that we're having.
If I may, what we use at Mercer is I'll have your trough, rubber trough. You go to Tractor Supply, it'll cost you $100 maybe, and that's sitting right on the sidelines with us, and we have a coffin cooler full of ice right next to it, and if we ever have a situation on the field, we can go right to cold water immersion right then. And that all the research has showed that you have to get that core body temperature below 102 as fast as you can. And by cold water immersion, 105 is considered heat stroke, and 105 with central nervous changes, mental status changes, those are the 2 symptoms, if you will, of a heat stroke situation. So if you can cool immediately while you're calling, activating 911 and calling your local EMS, then you're able to start that process. Because like Richard said, you're not able to cool them in the ambulance, you're not able to cool them at the hospital. And the ED will tell you, we don't want them. You need to cool them before you get here. And I've worked with Corey Stringer Institute. We had a meeting in January up here in Atlanta at the Atlanta United with Ron Corson from Georgia. A lot of different members in the state met how we can improve our rank, because right that at the time, state of Georgia high schools, we were, I think, 10 or 11, and we wanted to get better. And part of it was emergency action plans mandating for schools. Number 2 was first aid and CPR training for coaches. And number 3 was having the cold water immersion available. And we pushed those issues with GHSA, because Richard and I, along with Jeff Hopp, who's at Marietta High School, we're members of that Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, and we made that recommendation to our folks with the Georgia High School Athletic Association, and they pushed it through. And all this kind of came while after Senate Bill 60 with the cardiac. We wanted to be between the Georgia Nurses Association, the Georgia Athletic Trainers Association. We want to be that voice to our high schools, to our parents, to our rec leagues, to be the experts, to get out there in the community and say, these are the services that we can provide. Here's how we can help you. We're doing a medical timeout video. We just did it last month up in Marietta High School. The medical timeout is basically taking your emergency action plan and making it come to life. So if you're at Bleckley County, Georgia, or if you're in Dalton, when you have a Friday night football game, it's hey, this is what's going on. We have a template of this is our emergency action plan of how we're going to do things if in the event something happens. This is who we call. This is who's available. This is the game administrator. And for us to take that information to our folks, and we're doing it at the high school level now because, like I said, Ron Corson at the University of Georgia, who taught me at Alabama a long, long time ago before he came to Georgia. But we're doing it at the NFL level. They're doing it at the collegiate level. They're doing it at the high school level. It's a trickle down. Sure. It's a trickle down event. And I know I'm being long-winded, but it's interesting. I was mentioning it to somebody that in Europe, when you're dealing with the soccer leagues, the best coaches are coaching the 10, 11, and 12-year-olds because those are the ones that are going to hopefully eventually get there as we go. We just want to provide the safest environment we can with the appropriate information to our stakeholders, parents, folks, to be able to help them prevent these situations.
So as we heard earlier from these Rank 1 folks, as an athletic trainer, would you have the time to input all the information on injuries and what have you, or could you see possibly having an intern, someone who was studying athletic training, come in and work with you to put in this kind of data? Do you think it's worthwhile for Georgia high schools?
You know, I guess it's the Peter Drucker line that what measures matters and what matters is measured. I think it's an interesting software. I've heard of it more from a high school logistics, from my folks that are in the high school setting, secondary school setting, because I work in college. We have our own EMR. We have CPT codes already built in. You know, I've used different EMRs. So we would need to find out more information. I'd love to be able to bring it to our executive board for the Georgia Athletic Trainers Association, bring it to our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, and look at it. I mean, you know, it's really hard to take because it sounds like a great product to be able. We do it in the NCAA. It's called the Daedalus system, where people, but it's not mandatory, but schools volunteer to enter their injuries so they can track it, so they can get the exposures, so they can have trends, so they can see. So I think we're in the information age right now. So I think the more information we have, the better it'll serve us. But what will we do with that information is the question.
You don't think so? That's why.
Thank you guys for coming. Like you said, everything that you talked about, I've had to go through. I've been coaching high school football now for the past 10 years. That's what reason I'm late. I was coaching this morning. But those things are already in place. The things that we've been talking about, especially with the high school coaches. I'm certified CPR. We have to take stage for 2 years in a row. We have to do it every 2 years. So we have to update our skills. Every coach is mandated to have that in order to be on the field. So there's no, kids falling through the cracks. Now, concussions is a whole different other subject. Concussions with the, 15-day holdout on concussions. Level 1, level 2 is a month, and it goes down that scale. I've seen high school grow. Even I've coached 10-year-old kids. We have to be certified in CPR in the state of Georgia. I coached at rec leagues, and you still have to be certified in order to be on the field with the kids. So Georgia has gotten it from that aspect, but going further down the road, and what we're talking about is those skills and codes. The good teams are not going to do some of the stuff we're talking about today, because I know we keep everything in-house, pretty much like colleges do. We have a trainer that's on staff. He codes everything, puts it on the record for the school, just in case we get audited or somebody comes in, Godfather who oversees us, and make sure everything so we can be in line, because the big thing now is suits. Everybody wants to sue you when they can't go down, but we have to go through those same protocols and the things that we need to go to further ahead. I don't know if we can really prevent those things from happening, because unless a kid has something that, because a general physical to get you on the field doesn't equate enough information to find out a heat stroke. It could be hereditary. You can, hereditary have high blood pressure or something that triggers, and then the heat. But the kid won't tell us, we don't know the kid's background. Only his parents would know that. And, half the time we're dealing with single parent homes where the parents are always working, and they send the kids, and we take care of the kids until they get home. So unless we know internally the background of the kid and how the kid's raised, and medically, a medical standpoint for the kids as far as their history, we wouldn't be able to detect that. And so, I don't know if I went off script.
And I think that's the real important part, is where we're doing the education on these things about what does it look like. So I always give the example, if you see the defensive back running with the lineman it may not be because he's slacking. It could be that heart condition that his heart rate's now up to 170, 180. So when you want him to kick it in, that's his baseline because of some conditions that are out there. So that's his baseline. So now you want him to take off and run with the other skill positions. He can't do it because he just doesn't have that reserve that the gentleman was talking about earlier with the VO2 levels. So I would talk to coaches about that. Look at that. Find out a little bit more information. What's going on with that athlete? It may not be that he's slacking. It may be that he physically can't do it. So we talk about those warning signs and symptoms, getting him out of harm's way earlier. Don't over push him. There's something going on, because most athletes that are out there want to do their best. They don't want to be back there. That competitive spirit that we all talked about this morning really is a warning sign, and we need to recognize that. But if you have one student in, say, 10 years that's like that, you don't think that that's not a red flag to you, where it is a red flag to the athletic trainers, to the nurses, to those people in the community.
Well, if I may follow back up, since 2000, there's been 23 deaths in collegiate athletics. And those 23 deaths have happened at the conditioning phase of football. It's happened in January. It's happened in the first week of May. It's happened in the first week of July. The bottom line, and I thought Mr. Craven's presentation was spot on and excellent, the bottom line is this, is if we're asking our young people to do too much, too fast, too soon, they don't have an aerobic fitness level, a capacity to do work, if you will. I can go home right now and cut my grass at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 100 degrees, because you know what? I've been outside working, doing things, and I have a aerobic capacity to be able to push my lawnmower. Or if I want to train to climb Mount Everest, I'm not going to do it next week. I'm going to train for it. So we have to train them, not strain them. And like I said, I've worked in collegiate athletics now for 23 years. And a longtime coach I worked for a long time ago said, we got to train them, not strain them. We got to get them where they need to be. And usually where the problems have lied, if you look and do the research, now there's underlying medical conditions, like you said, you can't know everything. It's the fear of the unknown. But we're doing physicals on our athletes. We're knowing sickle cell trait status. I was part of that Conference USA legislation that we wrote back in 2007, 2008, when the young man died at Rice and the young man died at Central Florida. But the correlation is too much, too fast, too soon. Our football players at Mercer are going to be here in 2 weeks. They're coming back. Yeah, the Chase. He looks like $1 million right now. But they've also been training. And so what's happened is the strength and conditioning world has issued a white paper that just came out first of the month, that basically the strength and conditioning specialists are basically saying this is how it should be, that if your maximum training phase is here, that if you've had this time off, then when you start back, it's 50% of it. Then it's 40%, 30%. You build them up. And like I said, I thought Mr. Craven's speech was right on. It was great. The VO2, all very science. But at the end of the day, if a kid has been sitting around for the last month, and then we're going to get him out there and run him sprints, they haven't built the endurance to be able to handle it. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was going to ask, on the college level, have y'all seen anybody start to use genetic information? Because I know increasingly, particularly genetic components, sickle cell situations, cardiac situations, anomalies that can only be determined by genetic testing. Have y'all been seeing any of that on the college level? Or
with my institution where we are, we do a complete physical, which involves orthopedic exam, internal medicine. We do blood work. We do labs for sickle cell, but we also do that. We also do EKG testing, but for genetic markers and things like that, we haven't gotten to that point in time. We're not there yet, and it may happen. A lot of times, my subscription's always been is I work under the auspices and the direction of our medical doctor. And so whatever they feel is medically appropriate for tests to be able to run. But we also have established a standard of care at our level, just like at the University of Georgia and University of Alabama. I mean, we want to try to provide the safest environment possible at our level. And then there is a trickle down there. But as for genetic testing, we really haven't done that. So sickle cell testing has been one of the big ones that have come across the desk in the last 10, 12 years.
Yeah, I'm good, Mr. Chairman. The kids today, what I'm finding out over the past, several years here, more kids are on inhalers now. And so we have a whole group of athletes that just run together because they're on inhalers. They can't run with like you said earlier, they can't run with the regular athletes. What's the deal with the inhalers? Why are so many kids now using inhalers when we very rarely ever seen them coming up?
Well, I think the pollution level is one, and especially in Metro Atlanta, but also in South Georgia and other areas where the pollution level is increased. And I think too, we're having more athletes come into students that weren't necessarily going to play sports at a younger age, that now we have so many rec leagues and leagues that now that's bringing people along. Where back in, when I was playing, some of those kids wouldn't have been playing in athletics, but now they're in a league now to where they are able to play. And I think the other thing, the real important thing is that one of the things I think I would like to see from a legislative standpoint is to have a mandatory medical emergency practice drill. So, for an example, if we have 8 fire drills every year in schools. If we had one medical, we drill for everything else, active shooters, things like that. But really the most common thing is going to be a medical emergency. So how do people respond? And that's part of Project SAVE. One of the things that we do is we have a medical emergency. So how long does it take for the AED to get there? How long does it take for the school nurse to get there, for people to respond? And I always give the example of doing a practice drill. It took 8 minutes for the AED to get there. During this practice drill, is at a school up in North Georgia. They sent a student to go get the AED. He came back and said the cabinet's locked. And so you have to pull hard on those cabinets. So they made one change at all 13 of their AEDs that they have on campus. They put a little sticker on there that says pull hard, not locked. But they found that information out during a drill rather than an actual emergency. And that's some of the things when we do drills, and I always give the example, you practice an onside kick probably every practice, but you might use it once a year. Is it going to be successful? It depends on how many times you practiced it. So that's, but you're practicing these things every week that you hope you never have to use, but when you have to use it, you hope that you practice it enough. So that's one of the things that I would like to ask, if we could look at having a mandatory medical emergency practice drill in schools.
I think that's it. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you very much. I'm sorry we ran over a little bit.
Thank you.
Get Chase Westfall ready to go. I think it's his senior year, so we're expecting.
Spent a lot of time together.
Yeah. He blew.
I mean, you see him now, he looks like $1 million.
Yeah, he dates the daughter of the OBGYN that delivered all 4 of my kids, so I follow him pretty well. So
He's there this summer. So
good. Thank you very much. All right, and then we've got Coach John Reed. I think he just stepped out and went to the restroom, so he'll be in just a second. So if everybody will hold tight, we'll get that done, and then we'll go to our list of people that are here to speak. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna introduce Coach Reed. I met him probably about 3 or 4 years ago in less than stellar conditions, but he's a great football coach. We have some mutual friends. My wife's cousin, actually, his son plays for him at Rome. I think he runs one of the premier teams in the state, and his heart for the kids is unmatched, I think, across the state. So we look forward to hearing from you, Coach.
Well, after all the great speakers and data and information today, I get to go last, huh? So, yeah. Well, I appreciate the chairman and the committee inviting me to speak today. I really don't have anything to sell or any great program to give to the state. I'm just going to give you some practical things of 31 years of coaching in 3 states at the championship level. And now I've got the challenge. I'm the district AD, and we're trying to build a whole sports program from top down and bottom up and throughout the younger kids and everything else. I'll go over some things that we do, and then you guys can fire away some questions and so forth. Like I said, 31 years, 3 states, 9 schools, 7 school systems, 4 state championships. We do have a trainer full-time. We do have a training room. We have a team doctor, and I think that's key. And some of the things that has been hit upon earlier today and throughout these and some great people. These 2 gentlemen that just came up here, GHSA does a great job, and there's many things. And I know my colleague here has already spoke about. There's many things that are already in place that we're so fortunate to have. I just think we got to make sure, if there's one thing we can do a better job of, is probably make sure that everybody has a situation that I'm lucky enough to have, where we have a trainer. We're in partnership with a hospital. We have a team doctor. Some of these guys don't. I wouldn't take the field without it in this day and age. So I think that's key. A couple other things is, in my position, I'm talking as a head football coach and also as the district AD, because I think it's key that if the district AD or the school AD isn't having meetings to educate, because we even educate our band, because sometimes their hydration and their expectations, and they're not conditioned. So I think that those things are key that we, as I speak, sometimes I'm speaking as a district AD, and I'll try to implement that. As I became district AD and the school, I hired a school AD. One of the things we put in right off the bat, and I think that we've heard a lot of data today, but I don't know that we've heard as much personal, that these are somebody's sons and brothers and nephews and neighbors and so forth. I'm going to talk more on those aspects and common sense type things. First thing we put in as a district AD was core values, 4 of them. First one, family. And I think that's key, because we got to treat these athletes as you would treat your son or daughter. And I say it all the time in our meetings, and it's common sense. Would you have your son or daughter do 10 sprints 40 yards long in 98-degree weather? Okay? So I think that other than all the data we can study and all the things we can input, that's the things I do. And I don't know how you legislate that, so I'm just up here to give you some thoughts. So ours was family, trust, know your kids. And I put down here notes as I listened to people speak today. New kids scare me. Move-ins scare me, okay, because I don't know them. I don't know how they react in the weight room to 3 sets of squats. Do they get lightheaded? So I'll go to the coaches, hey, this kid wants to come out. And I'll speak a little bit as to how we allow kids to come out for football and sports, particularly football, because it's the one where you're wearing equipment running in the heat. I mean, cross country, that's one thing. Football, when you're wearing equipment in the heat, I think that's what we're here to speak to. I will go back and say that, Coach, you're from Stockbridge, right? No? Dutchtown. Oh, gosh. Well, anyhow, yeah. We've had 1 concussion at Rome High School in 56 games, and the kid from Stockbridge who's at Georgia hit our kid and hit him so hard there's no other way to, it'd be like hitting by a truck. But 1 concussion in 56 games, and there's some ways to avoid it. And some you can't. That kid hit our kid so hard it would happen to anybody. And I think sometimes football takes great abuse for concussions and so forth. But then as you find that there's a lot of other concussions in other sports, we just have a ton of kids playing, and there's a ton of interactions with hitting and so forth. Anyhow, family. The second thing I said was trust. You have to have trust within your athletes, and they will not trust you unless you show consistency and accountability. Consistency and accountability. So I think that was just alluded to. You can't just take them out on May 1st and run them like crazy. There's no trust there. So once you know and I put on there, know your kids, and then toughness, mental and physical. I think that you get, somebody alluded to the inhalers. Some of that is just, they don't ever stretch their lungs. You know, we used to run all the time. Our elementary PE classes and and middle school PE classes and high school PE classes have to be ramped up. They have to be physical education and then not a gym with a bunch of balls. There should be, like, we'll put kids through drills that should be basic body movements for all kids, not just athletes, but all kids. If you're coordinated, you read better. There's data. If you're coordinated, you have more self-confidence. And there should be drills. We used to do rhythmic drills, you know, back in the 60s and 70s when I was in PE, that would make all of our coaches better. We have to do the most rudimentary drills, and Coach will attest to this, to just get kids. I mean, can't jump rope. So I think that is somewhat why there are so many inhalers, is I don't think their lung capacity has ever been pushed. And so I don't know that that's a full-blown asthma attack. I have seen a full-blown asthma attack. It is scary. We're talking about stretching the lungs a little bit. I don't want to get too far down that road, but toughness, mental and physical, that's how that goes. And then integrity. That's the things we teach all of our coaches in our monthly meetings. So I think it's key that as you go into an athletic program and you want to have safety, that athletic directors, and I know they're not all having them, are having monthly meetings. We're going into the winter. What is going to affect us in the winter sports season? What do we need to have done? What's some of the things we need to watch out for supervision? We're going into spring. Remember that this, and this, these are the GHS rules. Here's this, and you have your trainer come in. And he says, here's how to avoid this, this, and this. Nutritionists and all those things in your monthly meetings. I think that's key. And I don't know how many schools do it. That would be something that would be important to put in. Educate from the top down, like I said, a core value program. I will not let kids out for spring football if they have, and the first question I had, Coach, can I come out for spring? Is all I want to come out. Have you been in a weight training class? No. Then I won't let you out. You can come out June 3rd and start gradually. I think the trainers that were just up here, the nurse, head of nurses, head of athletic trainers, they just mentioned gradual. I will not let them come out for spring football unless they've been in a weight training class. And I'll tell you why in just a minute. I think Coach hit on mandated CPR. We have all that in G8 Georgia. We're blessed to have that. I mean, you have people out there with devices that can shock the heart. I forget what they're called. Defibrillators. We have mandated cool zones. We have the big trough. It's as big as this right here. We get it at TSC just like that guy has. We have 2 of them. It goes with us to sports season. It goes to soccer season. It goes to track season. It goes to football season. And we have a trainer on all times. So I think that's great that we have those things. I'm going to talk a little more of the practical things. I think they talked about in those meetings that we would have, monthly meetings, what does heat stroke look like? What does it look like? What are you looking at there? And that's one of the things you got to know your athletes. As much as we do, you got to think about this. And I think Coach talked about factors that affect, that you don't know about. As much as we work on it, as much as we are on top of it. And I'm going to give you some crazy things here that we do that you'd be shocked that we don't do. As much as we know our kids and we know them inside out, we still had a kid go to the hospital 3 days for dehydration last year. And here's why. His uncle told him he needs to take creatine X amount of time a day, and it's a supplement, and it dehydrates because you got to get bigger, because you got to get a scholarship. We knew nothing about it. So we get 10 minutes into a team activity with another school in June, and he's cramped up early, 9:30 in the morning, and ends up because as much as you check this data, as much as you enter data and you study it and you do all those things, everybody's going to have an uncle tells the kid to take creatine, going to help you get bigger. Where's that on the, and I'm not putting down any data. I'm here under a different auspice. I'm the practical guy. Here's 31 years and here's what can happen. I think that we should have college courses, because nobody taught me this in college, where you take 31 years of coaching and this is the things that are hidden behind the scenes that can happen. Because nobody's going to ever tell that. There's other factors. Like Coach said, what is the home life like? Is there air conditioning at home? What did mom feed the kids for supper? And that's another one. We have more kids. Every kid for us that loses energy, we ask, did you eat? No, sir, I didn't eat. And we have breakfast and lunch at our school, free. Did you eat? No, sir, I didn't eat. It's not just hydration, but it's fuel. It's not every kid over 31 years. I'll come up and say, Coach, man, I'm tired today. I can't. Did you eat breakfast with the kids? No, I didn't feel like it. So those are the things that don't show up that's practical. And I don't know how you legislate it other than to put it in the university classes. You know, like I said, monthly meetings, common sense. What would a parent do? What would a parent do? These are our kids. When that parent's at work, the gentleman's being a lawyer, his kid's left to me. Would that gentleman want me to run his kid 10 times right off the bat, first spring practice, to see if he's tough enough or in good enough shape? No. So that's common sense. We have the wet bulb readings. You guys know the chart. When I went from North Georgia to South Georgia, I was at Tift County High School for a while. Those coaches down there didn't understand the wet bulb meter. They said 92. So I had to do a seminar on how to use the thing, but I never needed it. I go out there and I'm like, good grief. And I talk all the time, risk reward. Coaches have to understand, and football coaches, I don't want to be that Hollywood version of the football coach that spits tobacco on the ground and runs them how far you can run them. I want to win games. And so coaches have to understand, I tell our strength coach all the time, risk reward. Risk reward. The risk you're taking, is there enough reward there? Because that's a huge risk. It's a bad practice for me if a kid ends up having a cramp and has to go in the ice bath. I don't want that. I'm not saying I'm not going to let him in the ice bath because we got it there. I'm saying I haven't done a very good job of risk reward. I mean, but the GHSA and the referees got to back me up now. There's days when it's 95 degrees out there, we're starting to kick off. And I'm like, are we going to have mandatory breaks? Oh, you think we need them? Yes, I do. Because the GHS, the chart says it, and coach can reiterate that. Sometimes we'll kick off on Friday nights, and they're not following the same protocol. And where would you be more likely to fall out? So the wet bulb meter is in there. A coach still, I can't go just by that. Too hot's too hot. At 90 to 92 where it's walk through only, that's 98 degrees outside or hotter. On turf, risk reward. What is, and so I think that, and that's common sense. And we have over 400 high school football teams in the state. You got to have 400 guys with great common sense. That's why it's very, very hard to implement that. And so it shocks us all when a kid goes to the hospital or gets something bad happens to him. Risk reward, I just talked about it. Ice bath, we've already talked about those things. How do you get those things? Kids are less acclimated, and we're coaching better. We get more reps in one practice than I got in a week in 1980. But yet, in 1980, after practice, I probably went swimming. Before practice, I probably ran around all day, and I was more acclimated to the heat. So you got a yin and a yang there. You got better coaching, more reps in the heat, less acclimated athletes. So that's kind of leading me into where I'm going with this. These kids almost never go outside. And understand this, they're coming to you poorly conditioned. We have a great connection with our athletes, and so sometimes my wife and I are empty nesters, so I'll have the whole D-line. They'll stay at the house for the weekend in the basement. And I'll go down there. Not only do they not go outside, they don't watch football. I'll turn the TV on and I go, Auburn's playing Alabama. They're on their phones. I'll come back down. So that doesn't show up on all the data. And like I said, I don't know how you legislate that, but you need to know what we're up against. And it's not getting better, it's getting worse. So that shows, I'm going to lead into how we condition our athletes. Unknown factors, medicine, diet out of school, rest, climate at home, supplements. So we already kind of hit on those, but I'm going over a kind of an outline that I had. I already hit on this one, 4.4 of my outline. Water is not enough. We eat at halftime. We eat before practice. We have a snack before practice, and half the time we feed them on the way out. We are a very poor school, and so I would say over 50% of our calories for our kids are received at school, at Rome High School. So one thing the GHSA could do a better job of is we allow JV games, and I know Coach we allow JV games on Thursday. And we allow 6 quarters. And so if you're a backup and you play on Thursday and they don't start counting the quarters till Friday. So if you're a backup and you play on Thursday, and I know my buddies and coaches would love me to know that I'm sitting right here with a chance to get this out. If you're a backup on Thursday and your starter in front of you gets hurt, you can play 4 more quarters than you played 4 the other night. Now, it stops the next week. But did you get banged up? Do you have a slight headache you didn't tell anybody about? Can you get dehydrated enough? Because we play JV to win. We have never lost a JV game in 5 years. So, we shouldn't be playing JV games on Thursdays because there's a lot of risk there, and Coach knows it. And some of them would go, "Why you talk about that?" But the other thing, the GHSA's probably Monday.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, Coach, because at one point in time, again, I played high school football, and I got moved up in 10th grade to play varsity. But our coaches always said that you can play the fourth quarter, something like that. It was some kind of rule because 6 quarters. So we couldn't play the first half or the second half or something like that. Normally, we didn't play the second half. That way we can play the full game on Friday because most of the JV starters were number 2s. On varsity, some even number 3s. So I guess what my coaches always says that is better because if you have a Thursday JV game, you can play Thursday, Friday you play with varsity, and Saturday you can go back and look at film with varsity as well. So it's just they had like a system. So if you say Monday is a good day, what other day during the week may be
I just
okay
think
day?
I wouldn't.
Wednesday?
Oh, no, you're getting too close to game time and you're too much prep. I just think that it's risky to play 2 nights in a row.
I got you. Yeah.
I just think it's a little risky there. And I've been in 3 states, and this is the only one that plays them on Thursday. Now, I do it because it's there, and I think there's a couple situations where they may not. It's not mandatory, but we just do it. It shouldn't be allowed. The other thing GHSA could probably do a better job is mandatory visiting locker rooms, certain size, certain air conditioning. Yeah, I mean, we kicked off the other 2 years ago at a high-level place, at 95 degrees. We've got 100 kids traveling with us, and a visiting locker room that they backed a tractor out of. It was a cinder block building. No water, no air conditioning, 2 porta-johns as bathrooms for 300-pounders to change in. And then we have to change because it was over an hour away. So that's not safe or fair. It's not safe or fair. It was 95 degrees. Where do we get any rest from it? So I think that would, just to get on, I was going to use this just as an opportunity, a couple of things that bother me, but I'm 31 years. I'm not looking for problems. There's enough work to do as a head football coach. Those are ones that are a little scary. And from a safety, we're talking about safety today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you coming so much. My son had the privilege of playing with Jerry Romberg, and so he had a great coach. Right. And it sounds like, I'm sure you know him, and appreciate so much all that y'all do. But you're the first person who's talked about nutrition today, and I was just curious if you'd seen that. Do you think kids are getting as good a nutrition as they used to, better, worse? What do you think about nutrition, where we are?
Well, it's a huge factor for us, so we push it all the time. So we're pushing, and I ride a road bike all the time. So nutrition's huge. You get out 40 miles out on a road bike, you can bonk big time. So it's always been a factor for me, and I've always looked into it. Remember, we have to feed such a large group, but our booster club does it continuously. Our kids in the summer and really most of the school year, but in the summer get breakfast and lunch. and a snack and chocolate milk and all those things. And I was a proponent of the chocolate milk long before it became a big deal, especially down in Tifton. Our kids would get that, but I think it's a huge factor, and I also think it's a factor in when kids fall out at practice. Now, I'm talking when they lose energy and can't practice anymore. That happens, and it usually happens because of nutrition. That coupled with heat and humidity, and you're not able to practice. And we talk to the kids all the time. If I went on a 40-mile bike ride with nothing in me, I wouldn't make it 10 miles. And so that way you can equate different things that you've done with the kids. But I think it's a huge factor. It's, once again, difficult. Some schools have more money than others. You've got to be creative. We give the kids like packages of M&Ms and nuts and so high energy stuff at halftime. Peanut butter jellies, all those things. Oranges, yeah. Anything we can get them to eat. And there's even some supplements like the Cliff Bars and stuff like that they had today, but it's expensive. Yes.
Coach, one other thing I want to ask, because we are actually with the study committee are going to try to go down to Valdosta as well to talk about and talk to coaches and the ADs such as yourself that deal with when you were in South Georgia and probably now as well with high temperatures. I know when I was at Valdosta State, it was 103 before noon, in the middle of July. So they have been able, and it sounds like you were able to do the same thing when you were at Tift County High, to be able to practice in these extreme temperatures, Valdosta High, Lowndes County High,
Right.
and the Blazers, VSU, without having any serious injuries. Were you all very creative as well? Did you practice under the lights sometimes? Like, how were you able to practice at a high level and I know this is a loaded question, but not be able to have significant injuries and incidents?
Georgia is such a diverse state that you will find that while our kids in the metropolitan area don't go out as much, the kids down there go out more.
Yes.
They'll work jobs. They'll pick watermelons. They'll do things, and they're out a little more. They fish. So that may be a contributing factor that helps to try to understand your question. The other thing is interesting enough, as hot as it gets in South Georgia, and remember, I've been in both. I've called off more practices or moved them back in North Georgia in August. And the reason why is in South Georgia in the afternoon, it rains almost every afternoon. Breeze kicks up. And it knocks the temperature down. About when you think it's not going to be possible, the cloud comes up, hits you, and it cools it off. So because if it didn't, you wouldn't be able to stand it. Here, I've been in some practice situations where there's no breeze, there's a lot of asphalt around, and it just stagnant. At East Pawnee, we had to call off or move them back to 7 o'clock 5 nights in a row. But like I said, I went out there and that heat was around me. What am I going to get done compared to? What can I possibly get done? Now, you're going to find that there's going to be some indoors built. Colquitt County already has one done. Carrollton has one done, and we're underway. So that will help some of those factors with the ventilation and stuff of the indoors, and that's going to be a huge factor in the next 10 years. There'll be 50 of them in our state, and we'll have the third at Rome High School. And we're just building ours to get kids more opportunity because we're kind of landlocked. I guess I can move forward on. Okay. We had a trainer on board. I listened to all the things about VO2. It was awesome. He's spot on. I don't know how we can implement all that. So here's how we do it from a practical. There is a coaching gap. All those things the man spoke to, and I didn't get his name earlier with all the information. He was passionate about it. I don't know how we can get it to a coach and he can utilize it without money. That coach has a full load of classes. He's got grades to put in, and I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just saying it's difficult to have all that. That VO2 stuff was started at Ball State when I was at Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana. So here's how we've come about it. We do never run in the spring. So when spring practice comes, we don't ever do any conditioning. Okay, and we found out it was a little bit of a factor because we now can play somebody. And when we played them in a game and you had 6 minutes on offense, we were a little bit out of shape, but I don't care. They haven't done, and basketball conditioning or track conditioning is not football conditioning. It's all different. And so you can go from football to basketball and be out of shape and vice versa. And so our kids try to get strong and flexible. And so when they let us go out there, I never condition in the spring. Okay. Now, I don't need to be in shape in the spring. I'm trying to teach stances. And like I said, I won't let those kids not in weight training out. In June, I will only let our weight training guy have the guys in the weight room 25 minutes, no longer than 25 minutes. And that's because I don't want them in the air conditioning. And the other thing is the weight room is monotonous and boring. So we do the core lifts and we get out and we have what we call it. Now we practice in the morning in June. So we're talking about gradual, step by step, getting them in shape and getting them acclimated to heat. So in June we practice in the morning and we can work out 2 days in a row, and we're probably the only one like this in the state, maybe in the country, in the weight room. 25 minutes, offense is in, defense is in, out. And then we have what we call grass conditioning. It's not grass conditioning, it's grass motor skills, grass footwork. So you have to have your cleats on, and we have a circuit where you go through quick foot drills, one after another, 3 minutes per drill, and that's the first time they get their heart rate going, but it's 9:30. It's 78 to 80 degrees. And we add minutes to this, and it's all with cleats because we don't play in gyms. We play on grass with cleats. So we go through all that. The third day in June, we've done weight room, and I don't know how you legislate this, but I came here to show you what we do to get in shape. The third day is a circuit day, weightlifting outside. So we form 8 groups, 2 water stations, opposed to each other. Stations 2 and 6 are water stations. All the other things are what we call weightlifting outside. So we start out the first week, which was last week, 3 minutes per station, sledgehammers. It's fun because you ought to see a kid use a sledgehammer nowadays. You know what I'm saying? We have to teach them that, and they get better. Sled pulls, sand pit, tire flips, which mimics. I have sand pits in 7 states or 3 states, 7 high schools. Sand pit, and they go 3 minutes. So, and they think it's the greatest thing in the world. There's water stations, a trainer out there. I keep my eye on them, and then we add minutes every week. We add a minute every week, gradually increasing conditioning. Now, never have we sprinted. We don't do sprints at the end of practice. When we go out to practice during that time, I make the coaches condition them in their particular, just for example, not on that day, but on the other days, they'll condition by doing pursuit drill. So if we're conditioning at our practice, we're doing a drill that makes us better. Okay, so that's how we gradually add. During the seasons involved, see, I heard these, and here's the deal why I don't do 110s, 100s, and Coach may think I'm crazy and all that. Kids don't like them. They dread them. They won't practice hard saving up energy for doing those at the end. If you ran 110s at the beginning, you wouldn't have any energy for the practice. And so we were able to win 40 games in a row in the state of Georgia. I've never ran 110s, 100s, 40s, nothing. Here's what I do. We do all that conditioning like that. On Monday, once the season starts, or let me gradually go back. Once we get in the second week of July, we start practicing in the afternoon, and we slow it down. So when we go to those acclimation days, it actually is less practice time. We start getting used to the afternoon hours. It's totally different, and ease into that because it's like totally different heat. The humidity's down. You can feel the heat on you. During the season, we run a 300 shuttle on Mondays. Okay, that's down, back, down, back, down, back. As hard as we can. The kids all know it. And here's how it's done. I record the fastest and the slowest and 2 guys that are like body types. So if I'm the fastest, coach is the slowest, then I'm also recording 2 people that are of the same body type, a fullback, a D lineman. And they'll run like crazy, and we'll add the total time, offense to defense, and we'll have a winner. And that's all they do. But look how long it's taken to get to that. We're into August. I know my players. They've done circuit training in the summer, 2 minutes. then 3 minutes per station. They've had mandated water stations. Nobody falls out. I know my players. That's why I said on here, new kids scare me. So how do I help you? How do you mandate that? How do you legislate that other than having, this is how you do it? You know, those are things we did, but I never, ever run the 100s and 110s. The college guys can do that. I want kids to stay out for football. I haven't yet to see the advantage of it. One other thing that we do is at the end of practice, we'll run some plays in June. Like our plays at the end of June, we call it Bandit. There's 5 plays, and we move the ball 20 yards per play. So you go 100 yards running plays. We do that for 2 weeks. The next 2 weeks, there's 10 plays, and we move the ball 10 yards per play and go 100 yards. And then there's 20 plays, and we move the ball 5 yards a play and go 100 yards. So you kind of, instead of just, there's some rest, it simulates football. That's how we do it. Is there data and science and all that to it? No, there's 31 years of experience. There's a coach that doesn't want kids to end up in that ice bucket at the end, and you got to know your players. You got to see what their face looks like. You can tell, and all of our coaches know that, and we have coaches meetings that go about that. But that's the gradual, and get more in depth to it. But I wanted to give you a gradual outline of how we treat our players, like you'd want your son and daughter to be treated. In the same way all my kids got college scholarships. One of them played at Air Force football, and one went to Kennesaw State as a cheerleader, and one went to Columbus State as a basketball player. They all were in my summer program. That summer program, we do the same thing for all the athletes after we're done. So that's really about all I got today, unless you want to fire away a bunch of questions at me. And, you know, it's really basic common sense stuff that we've come about to make kids enjoy being out there. Thank you.
Hang around and we'll do some lunch after this.
As long as I don't get in that 4 o'clock traffic going out.
That's right. We'll meet up in Cartersville.
You want to meet in Cartersville?
Thank you very much, Coach. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it. If you need me for anything else, just give me a holler.
Absolutely. Thank you. We have one person signed up today, Miss Helen. Yes. Miss Helen Willis from South Fulton Councilwoman.
So I'm glad all of the cameras are gone because.
Oh no, you're still on camera. Look back there. The old green light's still on you, man.
Well, what I want to say is Johnny Tolbert did not die with a program, being a part of a program associated with a school. He died with a program that was operated basically as a 501c3, and there was a lack of oversight. And unfortunately, he got caught up in the park ordinance not being complied with, the bylaws of the Youth Athletic Association not being complied with, and also the standards that were set in place by Fulton County not being complied with. So when you have, I stayed here for a reason, to listen to everyone. And as you all go through the state of Georgia and you all study this, what you're going to find out is that programs are set up differently throughout the state. In South Fulton, our middle school and below programs are not associated with our schools. You have mostly Youth Athletic Association running these programs. So how do you regulate, how do you mandate these people that pretty much have the autonomy to do what they want to do? Now, we transitioned that process over to the city, which is, we are now 2 years old. But when I got elected, I immediately looked at our park ordinance, and I made some revisions to our policies in our park ordinance. I also looked at the association bylaws, and I also looked at our standards, our MOU, and I saw where there was no uniformity, and I saw a lot of deficiencies. And so as you all study this, what I'm asking you all to do is look at the Youth Athletic Association, look at ways to mandate them. Now with the city of South Fulton, they are a part of the Georgia Recreation and Park Association. So you all need to look at how they are mandating the programs that are associated with them. And now we require them to have an association with the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. We're in partnership with them. And so that's where they get their concussion, their hydration training, and their heat stroke training. And the head coaches have to be CPR certified. We also now are instituting park rangers in our park and recreation facilities. And so the park rangers are also CPR certified, and they have AED systems in their cars because they are tied to the police department. And we have AED systems in our park and recreation facilities, but we do not have ice tubs. And when I got elected and we took over Welcome All Park from the county, we didn't even have a working ice machine. And so what I'm asking you all to do is take a holistic approach at this and look at how programs are set up differently throughout the state. I am from Savannah, Georgia, and athletics, they run the programs differently in Savannah. I mean, they run it at a totally different level. When I think about my nephews now who are in middle school, they have been recruited by the parochial and private schools, and they're now teaching them, or they're grooming them to go play for BC. So that's what's happening in Savannah now. So money is being dumped into the programs in Savannah. They're going into the inner cities now, recruiting the parochial, and the private schools are recruiting kids. So they're going to make sure certain things are being done right. They're going to make sure these kids are going to be trained right, because they're looking at it beyond middle school. But here in South Fulton, it's different. In South Fulton, the football programs are not associated with the schools at all. Yeah. They don't get that formalized training until they get to high school. And so, it's easy to mandate schools, but what do you do when programs are not associated with schools? And so you all have to look at that.
Yeah, I think I agree totally with what you say, and at the end of the day, we don't want to put something on people across the state that reduces the number of kids from participating. Because at the end of the day, sports were developed to make people better citizens, to help with teaching character, integrity, teamwork, all these things that are life skills. Because unless we're big like this guy here, we're not going to be playing sports the rest of our lives, and we're not going to Georgia. So we want to instill these values in our children, but as we continue to mandate things, we're going to make it cost prohibitive. And my kids will be fine. It's the kids that aren't. It's the kids that are in bad districts that may not be able to afford to be able to play. And that's my fear with this whole study committee, is the fact that we need to make good common sense legislation that helps solve this, but we do not want to deter kids all over the state, top to bottom, to be able to participate. And so I agree.
And Mr. Douglas, he came from South Fulton, and he too played on the Welcome All field, formerly known as Red Oak, and I would tell you, there were a lot of good people that came through South Fulton, and Marquise Grissom played at Welcome All Park, and he has now come back into our community, and he's running our baseball program. We had several athletes that went into the NFL this year, but what's happening is, I'm not saying all the things that the Youth Athletic Association is doing is wrong, but what I'm saying is that there's a lack of oversight. And what happened with Mr. Johnny Tolbert was, unfortunately, it's a tragedy, and I'm determined not to make his death in vain, because I'm going to make sure there is more oversight. But you all have to look at how the programs are being run throughout the state. It's not the same. A lot of the programs are not associated with the schools. You have to find out to legislate or mandate something that can be the standard for the entire state. At minimum, Nobody should be coaching a child if they haven't had CPR training or heat hydration or concussion training. You need to make sure that they are associated with a professional health agency. I'm not opposed to mandating that they have athletic trainers on the field. And I'm not opposed to making sure there is some type of nutrition involved, because a lot of these kids come to our practices, they come to our programs, and they're hungry and they leave hungry, and they go home hungry, they go to sleep hungry, and then they act out in school. And so we do need to implement some type of nutrition policy statewide, because it's not about these kids, you're correct, winning on the football field. It's about them winning in life. My husband came through Welcome Park. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm governing that area. But he didn't play beyond high school. He ended up being a police officer, and he's been in law enforcement for over 30 years. And so everybody who go through this program or play sports may not end up being like a Demetrius Douglas or a Marquise Grissom or Cam Newton, who also came from the area. Yeah. So thank you.
We appreciate you. Did we got any questions? Anybody got any questions?
All right, thank you. And I'll look forward to have
you
you all in Welcome Park, and I'll make sure there's lunch provided.
Oh, yeah. That ain't no problem at all. We appreciate you very much. So I think that concludes the hearing today and the meeting. I appreciate everybody being here. I know we're all busy, and we'll be in touch as we move through the rest of the year. Yep, August 26th we'll be back on, and that'll be at Welcome Park in South Fulton. So, thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.